calling the Carson City Planning Commission to order. First, we will go with roll call. Tamar?
Chair Preston, Vice Chair Lloyd,
Present.
Commissioner DeChristopher, Commissioner Borders, Commissioner Kilgore,
Here.
Commissioner Cron,
Here.
Commissioner Brooks. A quorum's present.
Commissioner DeChristopher, can you lead us in the pledge? We will now take public comment. The public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of this public body. If you are coming up for public comment, please ensure that you state your name at the microphone and make sure the light is green, as well as write down your name on the form that is at the table. First, please.
All right. I want to talk, my name is Ron Bratch. I live on Golden Eagle. It's on the backside of Prison Hill from the proposed 6E. I'm concerned about things that have already happened on Prison Hill. We have things that have caused erosion. We have drainage areas that have been filled, culverts that no longer work going across Golden Eagle. That the road is slowly eroding. Carson City hasn't been a good neighbor to us at all on this matter. Also down Golden Eagle, there's sediment that runs down the road, and we get hills through the winter because they don't get cleaned off very easily or well. Through the winter, maybe once a month they'll go through, and if there's been erosion that covers half the road, we got to go over the hump when we're meeting someone, got to slow down to 5 miles an hour sometimes when it's, 15, 25 through there. And it's just a hassle. And to me, things that I think as a good neighbor, Carson City could be better at doing these things. So with the proposed walkway that they're looking at, there won't be as much absorption because you're going to take out a bunch of sagebrush. So you're going to run more water down these washes, causing more and more erosion, more and more dirt on the road. Just lots of things. I mean, anyone knows after a fire, you don't have absorption. So there's more flash floods. So it'll potentially run more flash floods. You're taking a lot of proposed sagebrush out of that area. As well as the runoff. You already have issues of sediment coming down the hills now. I believe you'll add more, with no doubt. And they're proposing to put a walkway in an OHV area. We have enough with the OHV. I mean, it's great. People come over there and do the OHV, but you see where they're going to propose this walkway, and one of the concerns is at the end where it comes to the entrance to the staging area. It comes to the road like they're going to cross the road, not end in the staging area where they could park and get on the road. So just the planning of the road in itself just adds more and more potential taking out of the sagebrush, which, like we know, protects the hillside. And I'm almost out of time, so that's all I have to say at this point. Please don't vote for 6E. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Denny, before you go ahead and start, I do want to note that if you are here for a specific item, we will have public comment on that item. So please wait for that item as well. If you're here to give public comment on general items that are under the purview of the Planning Commission, you can do so at this time. Denny?
Okay, I'm going to slip in a no-no. I'm just going to ditto most of his and then move on. In the general sense of what you're dealing with today, you've got some considerations that I hadn't read through the first time and picked up. One of the issues is our water, and I've been assured several times that we have enough with what we set forward, and I'm concerned that anytime we give position to add more to a specific need in a special request before our master plan or a full build out, we're cutting short what other people might want to have to do basic development in the future. So adding a consideration, especially something as personal as on here, but I won't go there. You've got a lot of parks, you've got a lot of open space, and I just want to ask everybody to always keep in mind what they consider open space or empty lots or vacant lots are full of habitats for so many different species. And every consideration on here has some touch to that, whether it's water use or space use or such. And I know you've got a lot on your shoulders, and I know you take due diligence to get out to each of these items, but I didn't think that the commentary in here really gave me enough to really make a decision on several of the items. So that's my commentary on how this was done up. But I didn't see the newest information that came in, so that's on me. But the other, I still have some conflicts. I'd love to be able to ask some questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Denny. Is there any further public comment?
Good evening, everyone. Robin Orloff here, Carson City resident. I live on Prison Hill. I wish I lived below Prison Hill. You've probably read all my comments, good bedtime reading. So I'm just going to, I'd like to speak about the SUP that has been, that is now required for the Prison Hill open space area because it is zoned PR, and it was discovered that it's not requiring a SUP just because of the trailhead and the bathroom, but the entire trail is requiring an SUP because it is designated the PR zoning. So that being said, I'd like to consider and ask you if this might be an agenda item in the future. Carson River Trail 2 did not have an SUP, and the OHV area did not have an SUP, and both those are rated PR. From reading the special use permit, it's some of the things that are considered is the trail, does the trail go through vegetation, or is it already in an already impacted area? And I think if you go to Carson River Trail 2, which I had offered to do a site visit with you, you'll see that that road is cut through, I don't know, 2 miles maybe of an intact sagebrush that was never disturbed, intact foothill of the Prison Hill, which is protected by the conservation easement and 1306. Essentially a road cut through with road construction equipment, inconsistent with any of the other trails on Prison Hill, which are pretty much dirt, natural, hand-constructed, or small machinery constructed. It just doesn't fit. And it's in the view shed of the Silver Saddle Ranch, which is protected supposedly by the conservation easement and also by our Carson City master plan, which protects the view sheds. So I'm wondering if this needs to be evaluated as an SUP for not being consistent use. It's if you go into where Carson River Trail 2 is, you go left to the highway, I call it, which is the Carson River Trail 2, and you can go right and compare the single track trails that Open Space so beautifully put in. They rehabilitated the whole area. They got rid of roads. They rehabilitated the roads that were there and made a lovely single track area. And that to me is a character of the entire Prison Hill. The OHV area as well is awesome. I think it's probably totally compliant with SUP, except for some areas that riders are invited to ride over intact soil and vegetation, which is against some of the principles in the SUP. And they're also invited to go up ephemeral stream washes, now identified in the Southeast ADMP as being prominent drainages, and those washes are narrower than the OHVs. That, to me, would be against the SUP. The rest of the project is awesome. So just some things to consider to maybe bring an agenda item to discuss those two areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Can you please make sure to sign in as well? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm present at 5:07. I apologize for being late.
Thank you.
Benefit of the record, that was Chuck Borders.
Yes.
Seeing no further public comment, we will move up. Okay, come on up. Yeah, if there's anyone else, feel free to fill the other chair as well. And feel free to, if you feel so moved while they are speaking, to go ahead and come up when they're speaking as well. Go ahead and state your name for the record when the light is green. Make sure to push the button on the microphone.
My name is David Bentel. I live on Golden Eagle Lane, 4306, and I've been there for about 8 years or maybe 9. In my opinion, the erosion has got worse from the hill. I'm not surprised because no one's doing any maintenance of the basins that have been put in originally, and no one's doing any maintenance either on the roads when we have any kind of rainfall that's significant. Golden Eagle has got these big piles of sand at the bottom of the drawers, and no one cleans them up. Okay, the culvert that's blocked during 2019, no stormwater plan was done, no SUP, nothing was done, and clearly, a drainage plan would have shown all the culverts that actually worked, but it didn't even show those, because the only culvert that it showed was the blocked culvert, which had been blocked by the creation of berms leading off the trailer wash, and since then nothing's happened, and I believe that the mayor actually volunteered to do the fixing of that culvert, clean it out, and they'd allowed for the pricing of that, but she refused to do any maintenances, which I find ridiculous because all the erosion comes from the hill, from nowhere else. So I'm opposed to this going on, this new trail, unless all the other stuff is taken care of. Totally opposed.
Madam Chair, if I may, for the benefit of the audience, what's going to happen in this meeting is the commission is going to work through their agenda items. For every single solitary agenda item, they will invite the public to comment at the time they're reviewing the agenda item. So if your comments are associated with one of the agenda items, you can wait until the commission's having that discussion specific to the agenda item and speak then. If you're not able to wait until the agenda item, you can speak now.
That's why I'm doing this now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, I didn't want everyone to think they had to get up now.
I'm diabetic. I've got to go home to eat. Thanks. Yes, thank you.
Please make sure that you sign in on the sheet as well.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I also have to leave. My name's Craig Carpenter, Downer, and I live a little ways south there in the Indian Hills area, but I frequently visit the area. And I think it's a very attractive area. It has some beautiful formations and quite a wide variety of plants and animals. It has a lot of relief in the topography. And too, as an ecologist, I've noted, and naturalist, I've noted a lot of disturbances there and sheet erosion, gully erosion. And I'm mainly attuned to the natural world, the life community. So I would also oppose that, although I'm not a resident of Carson City, but I am a professional wildlife ecologist that is concerned with ecosystems wherever I live. And I greatly appreciate that area. I am a native Nevadan here. I'm over from Douglas County. And I just note, I read through the report and I thought the report was kind of shallow. I just did that over at the Carson Library, and I felt that there was hardly any attention to the plants and animals there. And you know, a lot of the people like me do go out to appreciate nature and to commune with nature. Also, I would like to bring up air quality, particulate, more wind erosion and air particulates going into the atmosphere would be a concern. Rick mentioned that there were 3 major items: conservation, resource protection, and recreation use. This report seemed to be almost entirely focused on recreational use, but didn't really mention conservation or resource protection. And I think, too, for people who value recreating in a pretty natural area, they would also be very concerned about having an intact ecosystem. And I have seen a lot of serious erosion from there. So I greatly appreciate your listening to me and willing to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and don't forget to sign in.
Okay.
Is there any further public comment? And we'll announce that you're here too.
Terry Preston, Chair of the Planning Commission. I'm sorry I'm late. I had another critical issue meeting today, so thank you for your indulgence. All right, so next action is possible action approval of the minutes dated March 27th, 2024.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the minutes of March 27th, 2024 as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Borders. Commissioner DeChristopher? Oh, okay, okay, that's right. Commissioner Brooks has a second. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Goes forward. Okay. Now, meeting item number 6A has been removed? No, not 6A? Okay. All right. Going to meeting item number 6A, LU 2024-0098 for possible action and discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit, SUP, to allow for the construction of an accessory structure exceeding 75% of the primary structure and the establishment of a commercial stable/riding academy accessory to a residential use on property within a single-family residential 2-acre SF2A zoning district located at 2170 Alfred Way, Assessor's Parcel Number APN 007-10150. Heather.
Good evening, Heather Manzo for the record. So earlier today, the applicant contacted staff to inform us that they were going to request a continuance to date certain, June 26th, in order to work through some of the concerns and issues that the neighbors had expressed through the late material that was provided last night. So With that, staff is recommending a motion before you to continue to the June meeting.
Okay, would someone like to do a motion? Commissioner Cron?
Yeah, I move to continue LU 2024-0098 to the June 26, 2024 Planning Commission meeting.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kilgore, second, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Okay, and I am going to ask the commissioners to please use their little things on the hand raising for me, please, because it gets a little confusing on both sides. See, 6B. So ZA 2024-0102 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors Board concerning a request for a proposed ordinance amending the zoning map to change the zoning of portions of the right-of-way from public P to retail commercial RC located along South Carson Street and South Stewart Street, just north and east of the roundabout, adjacent to the assessor's parcels, APN 004-011-01 and 04004-01102. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. The subject property is a portion of Stewart Street and South Carson Street right-of-way on the south and east sides of the Carson City Mall property, and it is zoned public. The parcel is a remnant of a previously held NDOT right-of-way, which was dedicated to the city. Portions of this right-of-way include existing parking lot improvements, which are utilized for mall parking and associated landscaping. Because portions of the city's right-of-way is being utilized by the adjacent property owner for parking, the city required a license agreement to allow for such uses. The property owners of the mall have recently entered into a license agreement with the city, which memorializes and legitimizes the historic parking license agreement, parking areas located within the right-of-way. In addition to parking, the license agreement would allow for the establishment of an ATM. However, an ATM is not an allowed use in the public zoning district. Therefore, the applicant is requesting a zoning map amendment to RC, which will not only provide consistency with the rest of the right-of-way fronting the Carson City Mall parcel, but it will also allow for the establishment of the ATM within the licensed right-of-way area. There are 3 findings that must be made in the affirmative by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors when considering a zoning map amendment. Staff was able to make all 3 findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval. The Planning Commission makes recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. We have not received any public comments related to this request. With that, I'm available for questions, and Randy Rice is here representing the project.
Okay, any commissioners' questions? Seeing none, Randy?
I have a question.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the zoning map change, but the question I have is if you go back to the previous slide, I'm assuming that the purpose is to put the ATM somewhere within that area that we're going to change the zone of. How are they
Correct.
going to get to the ATM? Is there going to be an access right there off of Stewart Street?
I think Randy can respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Borders. Randy Rice, City Engineer for the record. Yes, so the plans that we have seen to date through the NPR process would be a small drive aisle. I believe it's adjacent to the curb and gutter there, and it would not conflict with the parking lot itself, but would be off to the side.
Okay, Commissioner Cron?
Yeah, a couple things, Randy, if you have a minute. Can you give me a little more background on how we ended up here? I mean, Heather touched on it briefly, but I was looking for something a little more in detail. Why the NDOT right away, the switch to us, kind of where we are. How did we get here?
Great question, Commissioner. I don't know, to be perfectly honest, I'd be lying to you if I told you the full background and details. But at some point, this was existing right away that was given to NDOT through a deed, from my recollection, and that was subsequently licensed to the adjacent parcels. When the highway was built I believe there was also a number of licensed properties that was part of the agreement with NDOT, was the city would take over those deeded parcels. We now license those parcels again to the adjacent properties, similar in the way that NDOT had done it in the past for the past 20 years or so. And this is a remnant parcel of those agreements, and it's currently being licensed. And when they approached us with the idea, we went ahead with the license agreement, which is consistent with what the board's direction was, as well as how we treat the remaining parcels that are through the corridor upon finishing the South Carson Downtown Improvement Project. And this parcel here, I believe, generates around $6,000 a year to the city.
Very nice. And one last question for Heather is, and her and I had this discussion prior to the meeting, but we're not going to need to do anything with the master plan. Can you explain that, please?
That's correct. So it's a little bit of an oddity here. The master plan actually doesn't extend into the right-of-way, but the zoning does. So we're looking just at changing the zoning.
And nothing to do with the master plan.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Have you read the conditions of use?
Yes, we have.
Okay, let me see. Okay. And I need to open it up for public comment, please. Okay. Bring it on, Denny.
I've been miscused today. Thank you very much. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. This is one of the items that I had difficulty in because I said, that's one heck of a large ATM. You know, really, it doesn't tell you where it's going to be, and in and out there is a little difficult at times, getting onto Stewart and such. And I would have just liked to have more information, and it seemed like we had all of a sudden something we didn't have before, and it didn't make clear how the transfer and the considerations were made. And when I sit at the Chipotle's and watch the roundabout area, I can't imagine where this ATM is going to go comfortably. So it would have been helpful for me and my understanding, now seeing it like that. Where could you point to where it's actually in that area? You don't know? Oh, I'm sorry, you can't respond. Well, you can, but you have chosen not to. So, oh, thank you. Oh, well, it's a moving target. Somewhere? Oh, I appreciate that. You can't do what you don't have. Thank you. But that would have helped me in my considerations. There doesn't seem to be a lot of traffic use there. They do have a loading dock there and such. So my consideration would be where it's placed in regards to that and visibility for transportation by foot. Thank you.
And Heather, can we just clarify that this is a master plan change?
It's a zoning map amendment.
Zoning change, I'm sorry. A zoning change. We are not approving a location or a plan for an
That's
ATM at
correct.
this point.
That's correct. With this zoning map amendment, the ATM use would be an allowable use. We will review the location of it at the time that the building permit is submitted.
Perfect. Okay, any further questions? Okay, and did you approve to the conditions of use?
We do.
There aren't any.
Yeah.
There's not really any, is there? Okay, great. And may I have a motion, please? Commissioner Lloyd?
I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the zoning map amendment ZA-2024-0102 as presented.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Okay, LU 2024, item 6C, LU 2024-0010, discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit, SUP, to allow for the conversion of a storage building to a fourth residence on property zoned general commercial, GC, located at the west side of Lynette Lane at 5432 Lynette Lane, assessor's parcel number APN 009-223-02. Heather.
Good evening, Heather Manzo again for the record. So this property is located to the east of South Carson Street between Horatio and Lynette Lane. The property is zoned general commercial as has been stated in the staff report. The site currently consists of a commercial operation within that existing shop on the west side. And as the property extends to the east, there are residential uses along or adjacent to Lynette. And then across the street to the east on Lynette is residential zoning. So what this parcel essentially accomplishes is a mixed-use project that provides a transition from the higher intensity commercial zoning district to the west and to the residentially zoned properties to the east. So in this request, the applicant has proposed the conversion of an existing garage structure to a single-family residence. The square footage is 1,087 per the application materials. And then in terms of what it looks like today, this is essentially how it looks today. The applicant did provide an interior photo as well showing essentially garage and storage. And so the applicant has proposed conversion of that space to a residence within the general commercial zoning district. Any residential use requires a special use permit. And so the applicant is before you this evening to make that request. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant is available at the appropriate time as well.
And we have questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Borders?
Yeah, Heather, thank you. The picture I wanted to ask you about was the one you didn't show.
Oh.
I don't know if you have it or not. Anyway, it shows the interior of this shed, which is now going to become a residence. But the rafters and joists and everything else are on 2-foot centers. Are they going to have to retrofit that to meet the building requirements of a residence?
So the applicant went through the major project review process to get some input from the building department, and the building department did provide a pretty extensive comment noting that whatever's there now will have to be brought up to code to meet the residential design standards.
Okay, so all that effort will happen at when they get their permit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Cron?
Yeah, a couple of questions for you, Heather. In the, on page, I'm sure I get here, get the pages right. On page 2, could you explain condition number 5? I'm just curious, related to what are you expecting, related to applicant providing, related to an open space plan, irrigation plan? What are your expectations of the quality and the detail-ofness of that?
So with every commercial zoned project where we have multifamily proposed, one of the elements that code requires is a certain amount of open space or common area per residential unit. And so the applicant will need to demonstrate that they're meeting that. So this is a pretty standard condition that we apply to multifamily projects in the commercial zone. So he'll have to provide a plan that identifies the landscaping and the square footages to demonstrate that it meets code.
Okay, thank you. And I did have one other question related to on page 4, when you talk about the findings under finding 2, it talks about the use will not compromise the peaceful enjoyment of the surrounding properties, requires a photometric plan to be provided to ensure site and building, but that's not a condition that you list. And so is that something you're requiring or not?
It is, and I apologize for not explaining that further in the staff report. That is a code requirement, so they do need to demonstrate that based on the code requirements.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure the applicant wasn't surprised, when he submits his plans, like, we need a photometric plan too. So, okay, thank you, Heather.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, do you know whether the existing residential on the property is occupied by renters, or is it one family on the whole property? And is the intent of the conversion to be a rental property?
I'll let the applicant address that question.
Hello, my
Hi.
name is Pete Sinnott. I am the applicant. So right now, this is a existing lot that's been there like 60 years. It was originally developed as a little art studio and living quarters for like mother-in-law. And so in the process, I had a landscaping company that we actually developed the back of the property into a landscaping company. The front of the property is all small residential units with nice lawns, trees. They're really nice, cute places to live. Mostly they're older people that live there. And I pay for most of the utilities. So I had this existing building that I want to do a capital improvement on. And so, well, I'll go through this process a little bit because I've been working on this for like probably 8 months. And when you asked the question about the building department, like that is where my process started, which is where I hoped they would actually come to my house and tell me what I needed to do with the building. But you can't do that. So, but as far as me as the end user of this, it's really inconvenient because I've gone through 2 major project reviews, a special use permit, spent $2,500, and I still don't know exactly what I'm going to need in order to develop this property. And so if there was more like a one-stop shop where somebody could come by your property and let them know, because, you know, in this city, the cost of building is very high, providing houses for people is very hard, and anything that complicates the process of exactly getting your project done costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. So it is right now the question you ask. I do have tenants in there, and you know, we provide most of the services, snow removal and all that kind of stuff. They have, all the tenants come from the east side of the property. The parking's on the east side. The business is on the west side of the property. It's really a ideal multi-use property for Carson City. And Heather's done a very nice job of being patient with me, of getting through all this, because there's a lot, like, you guys deal with this all the time, but most as a homeowner, you don't get into all the process of special use permits, all the things you need to do to get your property to where you need to be within code to do things. So, and the harder it gets, the more likely people are going to try to go outside the process and do it without the special use permit and the major project review. It ends up being a problem for everybody. So,
Thank you,
That's it.
Mr. Sin. Appreciate your thoughts.
yeah.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
Actually, I didn't understand your question, Vern, about the photometric thing.
Well, that's what I was just, and my answer is, on
And
page
this,
2.
partly I'm doing this if Vern ever gets kicked out of his house and he has to stay someplace, he's got a place to stay.
Well, and that's very kind of you, Peter. That's very kind of you. On page 2, there are what are called the conditions of approval. And I was a little bit unclear with what exactly the planning department was asking for. So that was the purpose for the first question. But, so you're gonna end up having to produce a landscape plan and irrigation plan of your property, and then kind of an open space exhibit. There's some square footage that needs to be dedicated to open space. And so that'll be a part of your submittal when you come in for a building permit.
Okay.
So that's part of it. But then buried back on page 4, they talk about also adding the requirements of a photometric plan. And that was what I was just curious about, to make sure that you weren't surprised, you know, going in saying, oh, I need that too. And because it wasn't a part of the conditions, it wasn't condition number 6. It was just
Right.
kind of hiding back here in the master, in the findings. And so I just wanted to be sure that you weren't surprised, and that's why I was asking the question.
And I'm not sure, I am surprised a little bit. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. A photometric plan basically is an analysis of how your lights kind of light up your project site or light up your property.
Oh, okay.
And will that impede or impact the neighbors that are around you, is basically a photometric plan.
Okay,
Did I
okay.
get that right, Heather?
Yeah, that's correct. In this case, since the development is there and the building's already there, if the applicant's not going to be adding new lighting, there's not really a need for the photometric plan at building permit.
Just flashlights.
I should say exterior lighting.
Any further Commissioner Brooks. Okay, Commissioner Lloyd.
This is not a question, but I just want to say thank you for holding out through the process and doing it right and coming in front of us with the SUP. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, do you accept the conditions of use, including the photo?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Didn't seem too onerous.
No, it didn't seem too onerous. Okay, and I'd like to have a motion for approval. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. Okay. Can you do the streets for, shows Lynette, please, in Horatio?
Lynette, Clear Creek, Horatio.
Okay. Okay, Denny, you need,
How are you?
So you'll see what I'm showing her. This is what I'm showing her, right here. Is that a public street, and is that a public street on the other side in
okay,
Lynette?
Denny, public comment is limited to your public comments, not to be asking the
Oh,
applicant.
I just wanted to
Okay.
show him the picture
Okay.
before I asked,
Okay.
so he would know. Sorry, excuse that.
Oh, so you want me to answer it? or-
No, you don't answer me. She
Okay.
she
Okay.
just let me know that I need to address my comments to her,
Okay.
and she'll pass them on. Denny French, Carson City, thank you very much, and I apologize. I just didn't want him to be sort of side viewed on this. Can you bring up the picture that's on this page on your screen?
So-
Okay.
So I can identify it on his page, and you guys.
Would that be okay?
Okay, why don't you make your comments?
Could you
Make the-
tell me-
Make the question.
The question is, are the streets that are headed to, man, Clear Creek that opened Clear Creek, and then the other street across the top is not identified. So these are working on either end of his property, that's between NDOT and the GC. And you see that to the right and left there, if you're looking straight at it like I am. There's a street that's it's spelled
Horatio and Lynette.
Horatio and Lynette. Are those, I'm sorry, can I put that as a question, having been cued? Are those streets city streets, or are those privately owned streets?
Any,
Look, I'm probably
I'm
more
keeping
familiar
my
with this
eyes
than you
forward,
guys
I'm
are.
sorry.
So,
Okay,
I'm looking for the lips, so I look to
no,
here.
no, the thing is Denny, is public comment is where you are able to comment on this. Now you've
Well,
asked for the
and I can't
question.
comment on it until I know if it's private, because if it's private street, it's not responsibility of the city. If it is a public street, then I want to know more of its length and size and such, because I'm against adding any more asphalt. So that's my concern.
Okay, so that is your concern, is adding asphalt.
Well, and another street. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for, everything, I guess.
no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, Heather? Yes, is there any more public comment? Seeing none?
Heather Manzo for the record. So Horatio and Lynette, which this project does abut, are both city right-of-way.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Borders?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve the special. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve the special use permit LU 2024-0010 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, everybody, for being on the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Oh,
No,
I didn't raise my hand, sorry.
no, you need to raise your
I
hand.
need to raise my hand, okay.
No, what you can do is you can raise a hand. If you raise your raising hand, does it work? Shared,
Yeah. So we did get a second though, correct?
yes, we did.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Item number 6D LU 2024-0107 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit for a fence located within the street setback street side setback area which exceeds the allowable fence height on property zoned single-family 6,000 SF6 located at 1737 Monitor Peak Street and 398 Pyramid Peak Drive and 399 Porter Peak Drive and 237 Porter Peak Drive. Assessor parcels number APN 00440301 44 let's see, 00440408, 00440407, and a parcel number 00440401. That was fun. Heather?
Thank you. Heather Ferris for the record. The subject parcels are zoned single-family 6,000, and the request consists of a 6-foot-tall solid wood privacy fences constructed on the street side property line of each of the subject parcels. Per Division 1.13, subsection 5A of the development standards, no fences, walls, or hedges exceeding 4 feet in height shall be permitted within the front yard setback or within 5 feet of the property line on the street side. However, the development standards do allow for fences within the setbacks to exceed the requirements of the code subject to first obtaining a special use permit. By way of background, the city issued the site improvement permit for Phase 1 of Blackstone Ranch, which these are located in, on October 26, 2020. As is typical, as part of the site improvement permit, the applicant submitted landscaping plans, including front yard landscaping and street side yard landscaping for corner lots, as shown here. The approved landscaping plans demonstrated compliance with the required 5-foot setback for the 6-foot fence along the street side of the lots. However, at the time each individual lot was developed, a separate site plan was submitted, which included fence locations. At that time, staff had already reviewed and approved the fences in the front and street side yard landscaping with the site improvement permit, and did not verify the location of the fences on the individual site plans. This led to inconsistencies between the approved landscape plans and the individual site plans, and ultimately the fences were constructed in the location as shown on the individual site plans instead of the previously approved landscape plans. So these site plans are a little bit tough to decipher, so I highlighted in orange the area where the fences are shown. Also went out and took photos of each site. So this is 1737 Monitor Peak, 398 Pyramid Peak. It shows essentially the property line's essentially the back of sidewalk. And as you can see, the fence is right on the property line. Same with 399 Porter Peak, and the same with 237 Porter Peak. After receiving a request for a landscape inspection from another builder within the same development, it was brought to staff's attention that this was an issue for both builders. The bulk of the lots that were affected have been corrected, so the fence has been relocated on the bulk of these parcels. I believe there was around 14 of them in total between the two builders. However, these 4 lots were already sold at the time that it became known to staff that this was an issue. So we reached out on September 29th of 23 to the applicant, made them aware of the situation, outlined their options for compliance, and we've provided them time to resolve the issue. The applicant has been in discussions with the 4 property owners, all of whom have decided to pursue the special use permit as a remedy for their situation. The applicant is acting on their behalf. There is one issue with the fence located on lot 47, which is 398 Pyramid Peak. The site distance does not meet code requirements, so in order to meet these requirements, the applicant has proposed moving the short portion of the fence that you see kind of in front there that's returning to the house, so that would be pushed back. And staff has reviewed that as an option and has included that as condition number 5. The Planning Commission has the authority to approve a special use permit. Upon making each of the required findings in the affirmative, staff was able to make all findings and is recommending approval subject to the 5 conditions of approval included in the staff report. With that, I'm available for questions, and Steve Thompson is here representing the project.
Okay, Heather, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So it seems like the first picture you put up, please. Can you bring that back up? That one right there, is that the one that we would originally okayed?
That is the one that we reviewed originally. We also reviewed each of the site plans, but we did not review the fencing at
Okay,
that
so the
time.
fencing was put up after, but did not comply with the original plan that we had
That's
requested.
correct. It complied with the individual site plan.
So that
we
was
have
more
2
property
plans.
line.
We have 2 plans that are inconsistent.
Okay, now the question is go back to the first one. The first one right there was supposed to show a barrier. Now, looking at the property behind it, because this is a corner lot, too, right? The property behind it, did it also have a landscaping requirement? Where we see interior lot and corner lot. Did the other corner lot also have a landscaping requirement?
So it is part of code, so any corner lot is supposed to have a 5-foot setback minimum for a 6-foot fence on the
Okay.
street side.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the landscaping that's there, the shrubbery and so forth between that and the fence was what we had approved, correct?
Right.
Okay.
However, we've also approved these, which demonstrate the fence at the property line.
Right. But my question again is when we approved the plat, that's what we approved.
We approved the site improvement permits, so staff reviewed and approved these site improvement permits, and this is a portion of what was approved. This was not part of what came forward to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to bring that over to Commissioner Brooks, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, from staff's position, does the responsibility for the solution lie with the property owners or with the developer?
So it's code compliant, so ultimately it lies with the property owner.
Okay, Commissioner Cron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With this inconsistency, and sometimes when you do a project, I've come to realize that things happen, and this is one of those things that I guess is just an unfortunate part of construction and permitting. You end up having some inconsistencies with things. The thing that I liked about this was that Ryder Homes was willing to step up and at least fix the ones they could fix and are looking at trying to help the property owners right this problem. And in his letter, in his basic letter, it goes, "We at Ryder Homes recognize that this was overlooked on our end and we take responsibility for the oversight." So I wanted to thank Ryder Homes for, working with staff and working with the homeowners to make this happen. And I had the chance to drive around in the, what is currently the developing subdivision, and that fence setback is, I think, from a streetscape and a neighborhood aspect, a very, very important thing to have within the neighborhood, as far as just neighborhood look goes. But we're talking about impacting 4 families is what we're talking about. We've got 4 families that when they bought their home, they assumed that fence was in the right place, and now we have the choice of making their life potentially miserable by moving back the fence by 5 feet. And so I guess that's really the question I have for the commission. Is it really worth that? And so I'd like to hear from Ryder Homes to talk a little bit about kind of where they see the situation at the current moment.
Okay, prior to that, Commissioner, sorry. How about Commissioner Lloyd, please?
Thank you for that. My question was kind of in the same vein as Commissioner Cron, so I will defer to those comments first and see if I have a question after that.
Okay. The applicant, you want to take that on?
Oh, for the record, Steve Thompson with Ryder Homes, representing the 4 homeowners in question here. So there's actually more than 2 inconsistencies. So on the actual civil drawings that were approved for the site development process, there's this typical drawing, which is pretty common amongst those plans, but there's also a fence diagram on that plan that shows the fence at the back of sidewalk. So there was multiple areas where this kind of got messed up on when we installed it in the field. And then we used the plot plans. Our superintendents in the field, use these plot plans. Our buyers, when they buy the home, they sign and approve this plot plan. So when they buy the home, they say, okay, we like this, we like the fence where it is. So they signed knowing or thinking that their fence was gonna be at the back of the sidewalk. That's kind of how we got here. So we recognized that problem, worked with city to rectify the ones that we could. These particular homeowners had already started landscaping in their backyards. They've already engaged with people to do work, and they weren't open to moving it that easily. So they wanted us to pursue the special use permit is why kind of we're here. So because I agree with Commissioner Vern that it looks better with 5 feet. I mean, it does look better, and we've since recognized that, and we'll make sure that it's 5 feet moving forward. But we just thought on the homeowner's behalf that we would come and try to do the special use permit so they can keep the fence where it is.
Okay, Commissioner Borders.
Did Ryder Homes pay for the special use permit application?
Yes.
It seems to me, and I'm the victim of a guy who had to move his fence 5 feet. Not necessarily here in Carson City, but I understand how it's a pain in the neck. However, you stated there are 1,400, there's 175 lots in this subdivision, and we're trying to make 4 of them special. And to my way of thinking, I'm sorry for the homeowners, but I think it's your responsibility to fix those fences, not theirs.
And we offered to do that.
Well,
So
okay.
we've offered
Just
to move the
so
fence,
I'm
yeah.
just saying, I think through whatever communication happened, it happened. But I think ultimately, that you all are responsible if those fences have to be moved.
And that's why we're here. Yeah, we understand that.
All right.
Commissioner Cron?
All right, thank you. And this may be a question maybe for later, but Heather, how because there was some inconsistencies, how is the city looking in the future to maybe plug this gap or plug this issue so it doesn't happen again?
So what's currently happening, we've done some education with the folks that are currently building, and also the associate planner that does the bulk of these reviews schedules site inspections for all corner lots to make sure that they're being mindful and being constructed accordingly.
Oh, and one last question. Related to, as a part of the condition number 5, there's one fence that you are recommending through the findings or conditions of approval that you are asking to be relocated because of the site triangle. Which one is that again in your pictures here?
It's 398, and it's the return that goes from the sidewalk back to the house. That needs to be pushed back further.
So it'd be moving along looks like the north side of the house back toward the west some. Is that correct? Am I
Yes.
understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Probably closer to the window. Oh, that makes
Yes,
sense.
a bit closer to the window.
Okay.
It was never installed per this plan even. So that particular one is, not only is it on the back of sidewalk, they didn't put the return in the right location, even according to what was approved.
And riders will be responsible for taking care of that
Yes.
particular fence
Yep.
relocation. Okay.
Any further questions from the commission? Okay. Now, the options that are out here are either you've come forward with a special use permit to say everything stays as it is, or that there's an exception for these 4 lots. However, the other corner lots that are in here complied,
Correct.
correct? Okay, and so ultimately, we have quite a few corner lots that did comply, it's just these 4 that did not.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And given the flavor of the neighborhood, when it was put out there, they had the setbacks, they had some greenery between the fence and the sidewalk, correct?
Well, just for clarification, these were ones that were built like early on. These were some of the first homes built. So we've since fixed the problem moving forward, but these go back pretty far. So these are ones that got built, with the first phase. So it's not, we didn't like build some with the 5 feet and then some without it in the first group of homes. It's just this particular group had the setback like it is.
But they're kind of smattered throughout.
No, actually, these two, like back to back, like this particular one, it's both corner lots. So it's back to back corner lots, and both of them have the fence in the same location. So it looks pretty normal from a streetscape perspective. And then it's the opposite on the other side. So those two are kind of side by side, and then that one, and we have not built the home. So the two that are adjacent to each other is consistently the same. The home on, I can't read the street name, is that? Yeah, Monitor, that home has not been built, so that will be the 5 feet.
Okay, can I see the existing building again, please? The existing fence. Okay. The existing fence actually shows the outside of the fence, this clear fence, to be on the outside, right? Typically, as a homeowner, on the clear side of the fence, I would be responsible for that, right? Okay, so what I'm seeing right now along this fence line is already starting to see some weeds and all that stuff come up. Is that going to be the HOA's responsibility? Is it going to be the homeowner's responsibility? Who's going to be responsible for this? Because it is so different.
Yeah, it'll be the responsibility of the homeowner, and it'll be enforced by the HOA.
Mhm. Are they aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Would someone like to do a motion? Nope.
Public comment.
Public comment, I'm sorry. Public comment, please. And Denny, please just remember, on public comment, we cannot answer any questions, nor can the applicant answer questions. They are just your public comment, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you for the patience, Chair and Board. My concern on this was the inconsistency, and I was concerned that the property owners would have to look in for the special permit, and that's been answered. And also, I was concerned that losing that ground space that was supposed to be for a required amount of open space, and now might end up being a bit of a problem because of the height of the fence and also because of the length of the fence, and that there is nothing between the sidewalk and the fence in those two cases. So those were my concerns, and part of them were answered, but not the landscaping aspect of it. So I appreciate some consideration there. Thank you.
And question for the applicant is who is responsible for the landscaping when the fence is done correctly? Who is responsible to put the shrubs in? Who is responsible to water the shrubs?
No, just turned it off.
Sorry. Is that on now? The homeowner is responsible for the landscaping. We install all the front yard landscaping, and then it becomes maintenance for the homeowner. That's
Okay.
part of their front yard.
So what is being said, and Heather, I'm going to ask you on this, is so as the planning commission, when we look at this and we say there's going to be shrubs along the side of a fence, and then there's going to be a sidewalk. Now, the HOA is going to be responsible for the shrub to be put in, or do these shrubs exist? And the other thing is who's going to continue to maintain them? Is the homeowner from the inside? Are we going to be running irrigation on the outside of these fences? I mean, this doesn't seem to make a lot of
So this is,
sense.
so a typical corner lot, the landscaping, anything that occurs on the property owner's property is subject to property owner maintenance, unless the HOA enters into some other type of agreement. But as far as the city's concerned, anything that occurs on a property owner's property is property owner's to maintain.
I think
So-
maybe what we ought to consider is in the future on these different things is perhaps that these actually be made, part of the homeowners association so it can be maintained. Because I think one of the things is actually looking at the appeal of the properties. And as it is right now, there is no consistency and there is no authority to actually maintain any of the landscaping that we've actually said that should be there, period. I mean, there's nobody that's saying that.
So the planning commission, and I understand what you're saying, but the planning commission did not review and approve landscape plans.
No, but I'm saying
Staff
the city
did.
is reviewing and
Yes.
approving
Yes.
landscape plans, so that might be something to be considered. So it doesn't come back to us and looking at it saying, okay, there is no HOA. The owner did this, the builder did that, and basically we're doing this kind of thing. And the neighbors on the other side have no continuity, and if I'm in the neighborhood, I'm not required to put a shrub in there even though the city asked me to do it as part of the original plans, correct?
Yes, so there's nothing that requires them to maintain the exact same landscaping that they have at the time that it was built. So there's nothing in code that requires them to maintain that. If they want to tear out their lawn and do xeriscape, they're allowed to do that.
But the question is that when these were built, we're showing that they have landscaping on there.
Correct.
Through our plan.
Yes.
So as the homeowner, they were required to put in that landscaping per our plan.
We also have plans that show the opposite, though, that
Okay.
there is no landscaping.
Okay, so this one, when it was originally done, did it show the landscaping on the corners? And did it show the
It
setback
depends.
away from the fence?
So again, it depends on what part of what plan you're looking at. There's several inconsistencies. And that's what's caused this issue before you tonight, is we have inconsistencies, internal inconsistencies within the site improvement permit, and then we have inconsistencies between the site improvement permit, part of the site improvement permit, and the individual site plans.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I hear what you're saying. I personally go on the outside of my fence and maintain my landscaping, and it's hard. It's a pain. You feel like as a homeowner, the stuff inside the fence is yours and the stuff outside is somebody else's. In my case, I know it's mine. I take care of it. All of that said, what you have before you today is a little bit unusual, actually. It is, part of it's a little too usual, and we've made changes because of it. We have various plan sets that come in at various times that are inconsistent. We actually had the exact same thing at Chick-fil-A, in fact. And they had a site improvement permit that was inconsistent with their building plans. It happens, and it's a struggle. And at the staff level, we've gotten to the point where we've said, no, we're not taking site improvements separate from the building, because it opens the door to inconsistencies. And we have to, at the staff level, grab all these plans, put them all together, look at every single detail of all of them. These ones are pretty easy, and make sure nothing's inconsistent, and basically do 2 plan reviews. All of that said, the interesting and unusual part of this is typically if you have a fence, Heather's dealt with this, both Heathers, you have fences, and the rules say a fence can be a height of X, 5 feet, whatever it is, 4 feet, I don't know. And that's it. That's the end of the rule. But Carson doesn't say that. Carson says your maximum height is X, but you're allowed to get a special use permit. And I'm not hearing the commission talk in terms of the findings for the special use permit. So you have a request for 4 properties to have a special use permit to allow the fence to exceed the maximum height level. You also had that down over on near Greenhouse Gardens. You had a case a few years ago, Commissioner Borders might be the only one who remembers it with me, where the fence exceeded the height limit. And in that case, you made the findings for the special use permit, and they were able to obtain the special use permit. So your comments on landscaping, I understand entirely, and that's something at staff level we can certainly discuss. But in terms of this fence and the applicant's request to make the fence taller than would be allowed would staff's allowed to say yes to, I really want the commission to make sure you're looking at the findings as opposed to, well, Ryder apologized, Ryder owned it. Yeah, Ryder did that's not the finding isn't, was he remorseful? The 7 findings of facts are looking at the impacts of this use. So I just wanted to kind of redirect. Thank you.
My question, though, is does it also impact the setback? Because the setback is on the other side. It has a space between the sidewalk and the supposed place where the fence was supposed to be. So is it just the height we're looking at, or are we looking at the setback?
Heather?
So we're looking at a 6-foot fence on the property, on the street side property line. The code allows for lower fences to be on the property line at 4 feet or 3 feet, depending on whether or not it's, a privacy fence or essentially see-through. But at 6 feet, it says, once you get to that 6-foot height, anything above 4 feet, you have to be back 5 feet from the street side property line. So it's a little bit of both.
Okay. That's what I was trying to wrap my head around, because it is 2 different things. It's the height and the setback. And if you're going to go 6 feet, then it should have had the setback, right?
Yes, but the code does allow them to come forward and request a special use permit.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then it should have been 4 feet.
No, at 6 feet, if you go above 4 feet at the property line, then it requires a special use permit.
Okay, but then there is no setback. That's what I'm still on this
Oh,
setback.
you're
thing from the-
exactly right. What you're saying is right. What I just heard Heather say, and she looked at the regulation more recently than me, which is why I wanted her to answer that question. What I heard Heather say is, had the fence had a maximum height of 4 feet, it could be on the property line. Okay? So staff could have approved that. Nobody would have seen it except staff. Staff would have said, no problem, 4 feet on the property line, you're good to go. If they go more than 4 feet, they're supposed to set it back, the 5 feet. So you're exactly right, Chairman. What they're saying is, okay, that 4-foot fence staff could have allowed us to have on that property line, we want to make it a 6-foot fence. So the staff's saying, okay, well, if you want it to be 6 feet, we have to look at this code section to see what we do. When you want a fence that's taller than we're allowed to let you have. And the answer is you have to get a special use permit from the Planning Commission. And as this commission knows, you're going through the 7 required findings of fact to make that decision. And so both are right. Had they offset the fence, the staff could have allowed it at 6. They did not offset the fence. Plans were inconsistent, and now rather than cut it down to 4 feet, they're asking you for a special use permit.
Okay. All righty, Commissioner Lloyd?
I had a question real quick.
Excuse
If
me,
you-
question.
Well, yeah,
Commissioner
I
Lloyd?
was ready to potentially entertain a motion.
Okay.
So,
So I just wanted a question real quick, and that's, if we don't approve this, basically they just cut 2 feet off their fence.
If they don't approve it, they could reduce the height
Right.
so that it's consistent with code, or they could move it.
So they wouldn't lose any yard space if they chop 2 feet off their fence if we don't approve this, basically.
Correct, but they would lose privacy.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I have one other question for staff,
Okay.
if I can. Heather, by approving the special use permit, does that fence then become a legal non-conforming
It becomes legal conforming because they got a special use
special
permit.
use permit? So
Yes.
if it blows down, they can put it back?
They could, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The other question I would have is if I'm a neighborhood on the other side and on like AP 706, can I go ahead and get a special use permit and run a 6-foot fence right along the same thing too?
They can apply for one.
They can apply for one and point out that the other people in the neighborhood have done it?
They can apply for one. Each special use permit is considered on its own merits.
Okay. Alrighty, Commissioner, public comment, please.
Thank you, Chair. Denny French. I'm not hearing anything about that setback off of the sidewalk or the planter area still being required as part of the basics of what was put there as far as its acceptance to be built. I just feel that it's going to end up being a problem. And I love leaving plants where they are. That'd be great. But I see so many places that do have a requirement of certain foliage around that don't take care of it. And that becomes a problem for everybody, whether or not you have a community-based decision-making group or not. And in this case, gosh, it's just a shame that, you know, everybody's getting wrangled around about a fence. But to me, that's really sort of making the neighborhood more of a don't get close type look as the 4-foot or the other that comes as space before the front streets and the side streets. So you have your privacy 6 foot in the back, a certain distance in your yard that you can say, hey, you know, if you really want to look, you're going to have to reach to see. But in this case, I think the builders should be responsible for taking that out. And I want to make sure that the land that's supposed to be planted is still available. And so that area between the sidewalk and the fence are still a concern on what you're deciding today. Thank you.
Right, would you like any further comment? Seeing none, Commissioner Lloyd?
I move to approve special use permit LU-2024-01007 based on the ability to make findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
All in favor?
Second.
Wait, second. Okay, sorry. Second by Commissioner Kilgore. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Commissioner Borders, you want to tell me why you opposed?
Yeah, I post on finding number one to being consistent with the residency. I know we're trying to do a good thing, but no good deed ever really goes unpunished. And I just think it's gonna, in the long run, gonna be detrimental to the neighborhood. And I just think it's just adverse to what we're trying to create there. And I just can't, for 4 houses and a 157 unit development, I can't see making a special use permit. Plus the fact that any of these other corner lots now, each one of those people are going to have to come up and spend $2,000 to get a special use permit so their fence can look like their neighbors, because I don't think Ryder's going to do it, or any other builder's going to do it every time somebody wants to move a fence to the property line. So I just think it's inconsistent, and I don't think we ought to be doing it.
And I disagree for finding number one. I do not feel it's consistent. I do not feel that number 2 and also number 7. I feel that this is going to be prejudice to other properties in the vicinity. So, okay. 2 no votes. So, motion passes. Okay. Huh? Oh, I'd like to call a short recess. We'll be reconvening at 6:30, please. I'd like to reconvene the Planning Commission meeting. And, okay, and I'd like to go on to item number 6F. Oh, I'm sorry, how about 6E? Okay, 6E, sorry. 6E, well, I want to go 6F. Okay, 6E, LU 2024-0095 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit, SUP, for trailhead improvements in a new trail on property zoned PR, public regional, located approximately one-third of a mile east of the east end of Kuntz Lane. Assessor parcel numbers APN 010-171-01, 010-233-04, 010-243-02, 010-253-02, 26302, 010-273-02, 010-281-04. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. The Open Space Division has been working towards improvements in the Prison Hill area for several years, really dating back as far as 1995. But more recently, the 2016 Management Plan for the Carson City Open Space and Parks identified the need for future planning efforts in the Carson River area. As a result, the Open Space Division began efforts to develop the Prison Hill Master Plan to provide an update on activities at Prison Hill since the adoption of the 2016 Management Plan, provide recommendations to guide future land use planning and management efforts, including trailheads, access points, and trails, incorporate current planning and management efforts for the off-highway vehicles on the south end of Prison Hill, and provide recommendation for the 114-acre parcel in the vicinity of the Kuntz Lane water tank. As part of that planning effort, there were several opportunities for public participation along the way. Before you tonight, the Open Space Division is seeking approval to construct a new trailhead on properties zoned PR. Per the municipal code, any use including buildings and parks in the PR use district require approval of a special use permit. The trailhead improvements include access and drainage improvements, improved parking, construction of a new vault toilet, and covered picnic tables. A 2.4-mile non-motorized unpaved multi-use trail located along the west side of Prison Hill will connect 3 trailheads: the Kuntz Lane Trailhead, Clearview Drive Trailhead, and the staging area on Golden Eagle Lane. Portions of the trail will also be on 3 parcels, APN 010-233-03, 010-233-10, and 010-233-09, owned by the city and zoned single-family 1 acre. Parks, including pathways, are an allowed use in the single-family 1 acre zoning district and do not require a special use permit. The trail will be constructed to be accessible to all ages and abilities with a trail width of 8 to 10 feet. Drainage features such as culverts and rock-lined ditches are also included in the design of the trail system. The overall project will also include construction of a safe street crossing on Edmonds Drive at Kuntz Lane, including a crosswalk and crossing signal lights. The Planning Commission has the authority to approve a special use permit upon making each of the required findings in the affirmative. Staff was able to make all findings and is recommending approval, subject to the 4 conditions of approval included in the staff report. We have received several pieces of public correspondence related to this request. They've been provided to you for your review and consideration. With that, I'm available for questions. Greg Bergeron and Lindsay Boyer are also here representing the project and may wish to address the commission.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the commissioners? Seeing none, Ms. Applicant, you want to go forward and tell us about your project?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Greg Bergeron, Trails Coordinator for Carson City. So I'd like to offer just a few more details on the design of the project. So This project is funded through a $2.4 million grant from the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. And as Heather mentioned, it includes a trailhead with improvements to the Coons Lane trailhead, including regrade of the access road, drainage improvements with culverts and rockline ditches, regrading of the trailhead to accommodate about 20 to 30 vehicles, including 2 ADA spaces and horse trailer parking, and installation of a prefabricated single-vault toilet, ADA accessible, and installation of a covered picnic table, also ADA accessible. And I'd like to mention, Heather, if you could go back a couple of slides to one more. That one actually will work. So one of the things I wanted to mention is that the footprint of the design actually occupies less of a footprint than the existing trailhead. And it was designed very carefully to minimize any additional disturbance. So it's actually, it's being designed it will be built right on areas that are already existing disturbance. And then we should be able to do some decommissioning and rehab of some of those other impacted areas where the trailhead exists. Okay, so the second part of the project is the trail, which is an approximately 2.4 mile non-motorized unpaved multi-use trail along the west side of Prison Hill. And it's designed to be accessible to everyone. And then, as Heather mentioned, also the Safe Street Crossing, which has been approved and designed by the Transportation Division. I also wanted to bring up the Carson City Master Plan Guiding Principle number 12, which states that the Carson City will seek to ensure that most major destinations, parks, and open space areas within the community are accessible from residential neighborhoods via safe, enjoyable routes, free of vehicular conflicts that allow the user to enjoy the natural setting of Carson City without their automobiles, adopting the slogan, "Every home is a trailhead." It goes on to say that the city will also seek to provide access to all feasible portions of the pathway system and access to a representative portion of each of the city's natural settings for persons with disabilities. And it also says that, that we should implement the Unified Pathways Master Plan to promote shared use of trail corridors and increase access for persons with disabilities. And with that, I'd also like to go through a little bit of the project's history. So as Heather mentioned, it goes back as far as 1995 when the Eagle Valley Trail System report was developed, which first suggested a loop trail circumnavigating Prison Hill. And the trail portion of this project is a portion of that, what would be that loop trail circumnavigating Prison Hill. And then in 2006, the Unified Pathways Master Plan was developed. And in 2008, 2009, the Silver Saddle Ranch and Carson River charrette was conducted, and that identified the need for a multi-use loop trail around Prison Hill and Coots Lane trailhead improvements. And those recommendations were adopted by the Board of Supervisors in 2009. And then in 2017, 2018, the Eagle Valley Trails Committee report was produced, and that was part of a grassroots effort to identify trail opportunities within our community, and they identified a loop trail around Prison Hill. In 2019, we conducted a Prison Hill Master Plan survey, which solicited public input with a focus on trailheads and access points and the Coons parcel. And then subsequent to that, in 2020, we conducted an open house to receive public input on mainly on the Coons parcel and that Coons trailhead. So those two things, the survey and the open house, really influenced our planning for the trailhead. And I might also offer that improvements to the Coons Lane trailhead have been requested by the public for many years. So when we move forward with the grant application, the nomination for the grant for this project was approved by the Board of Supervisors in September of 2020. And then in March of 2023, the Board of Supervisors authorized acceptance of the grant for this project. And then in May of 2023, the Board of Supervisors approved the Prison Hill Master Plan. And that master plan had previously been presented at the Open Space Advisory Committee in 2020 and in 2022. And this particular project is outlined in detail in the Prison Hill Master Plan. So then as we moved ahead through the design phase, we presented the 30% plans at an open house on October 10th, and that included a direct mailing to adjacent landowners. The 30% plans were presented at the Open Space Advisory Committee meeting on October 16th. And then project updates have been maintained on our website, carson.org/trails. And on that website, we have the 30% plans, the 90% plans, and now the 100% plans for this project. So with that, I would like to open it up to any questions that the commission may have.
Okay. Commissioners? Commissioner DeChristopher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Berger, and the one question I have, I think I know the answer to, because it has gone through all of these approval stages with the Board of Supervisors, but you noted public engagement, the open house. So I'm making an assumption that, but for the record, that was approval from the neighbors, from the surrounding area. Those were participants that were from that neighborhood.
So during that process, during the open house, the plans were presented. Attendees had the opportunity to ask questions, to offer suggestions. There were, based on some of the public input, there were some tweaks that were made to the design, and at the 30% level. So going forward, there are a few changes that were made from that 30% design based on public input. So I hope that answers the question.
It does. What I was getting at is it sounds like there was quite a bit of request or opportunity for people to comment on the projects. And when I was looking at this and I look at the progress that it made through grant approval, Board of Supervisors accepting it, I mean, I was surprised to see it come back as part of this. But I understand it has to be, the trails now have to be part of this because of a special use permit. Because I was anticipating it was going to be the picnic table, the cover, and the toilet. And now it sounds like it's being opened up to look at the trail itself, even though we're this far along.
So when you look at the zoning, the PR zoning, basically says that any use requires a special use permit.
Okay. Commissioner Borders?
Thank you. I just have one concern, and it's in your presentation and it's also in the documentation where we talk about non-motorized use. And my question is, how are we going to guarantee that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I mean, obviously nothing can be guaranteed, but through experience, we have where we have created non-motorized trails in other areas, we've been pretty successful about keeping them that way. So with this particular project, all the entrances to the trail will have bollards and signage, and then there'll be split rail fencing around the Coons Lane trailhead, and there'll be fencing in strategic locations along the southern end of the project as well.
Would it also make sense that somewhere along the way on the trail, maybe at a half-mile mark or something else, to put bollards in also?
That's something that we really haven't considered.
I'm thinking of, there's so much multiple use, especially at the end of that trailhead, and there's going to be all kinds of vehicles there, and knowing how people like to wander, I could see the possibility of people trying to intercept that trail at maybe a half a mile or a quarter mile down, and then using the whole thing to hurry up and get home for dinner. And you know, I just think that's a long stretch to leave open for one way or the other. And I'm not designing it. I'm just have a concern about that.
Yeah, no, point well taken. And we, as I mentioned, we are planning on some fencing through that area. And what we've done with other projects is added bollards or fencing as needed. So part of it is monitoring, part of it is enforcement.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you understand my concern?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cron?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Greg, could you explain a little bit more about why the width of the trail is what it is? One of the things that has come up in some of the public comments is the impact of such a wide, multi-use path. And so could you explain the benefits and or some of the maybe negative side effects of a multi-use path with that kind of width in it?
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner. So a 10-foot wide trail is in the Unified Pathways Master Plan. When we talk about multi-use pathways, off-street multi-use pathways, 10 to 12 feet is the given width in the plan. And in order to meet AASHTO standards, which identifies and plans for safe passage by bicycles and others who are on the trail, the 10-foot wide width gives an opportunity for everybody to be able to have good visual sight lines, to be able to pass well, to create a safe environment for everybody so you don't have user conflicts. We have found that with the where we do have those wider trails around town, we tend to avoid some of the conflicts that we have with our single track trails. So this trail is designed to be accessible for everybody, and that's why we came to that width. Also, constructing a trail that's a little bit narrower can get more problematic from a construction standpoint and a cost standpoint because of specialized equipment and things like that. But the 10-foot width is standard in the UPMP.
Thank you. A follow-up question. One of the other concerns that the public has had is some of the erosion that's up on Prison Hill. And can you address some of the design features of this path that are going to, at least for this project, minimize some of that concern?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's another great question. So we had this project designed by Loomis and Associates, and it's been reviewed by the city's stormwater engineer. I know we don't have that position available right now, but when we were working on the 30% plans, we did have that position, and so that was reviewed carefully by the city. This project will not contribute, it's designed to not contribute to any additional erosional issues anywhere along its length. And when we built or constructed the trail on the east side of Prison Hill, that was one of the concerns was erosion and runoff. And there were some residents on the other side of Carson River Road that had those concerns. And so we considered that carefully through the design process, and we've been successful with that. And I believe that we've actually mitigated some of the previous issues by putting in, for example, rock line ditches above the trail to capture sheet flow, and then redirect that to culverts where the runoff can be taken safely to other areas. So. No, I don't believe that this project will contribute additionally to erosional issues.
Okay. Another follow-up question on that. When it comes to the alignment of the path, there had been some discussion, like with the trailhead, that you tried to organize the trailhead in such a way as to only cover impacted areas. Is that true with the alignment of the path as well?
That is true for the alignment of a path where practical. And so in the area between the Coons Lane trailhead and the Clearview trailhead, we have tried, where practical, to put the trail on previously impacted areas. For a good portion of the rest of the trail, that was not practical. So the alignment was located based on a number of factors, including topography, visual impacts, soils, and ability to do proper drainage and things like that. So there's a lot of factors that went into that, locating that design.
Now a question for Lindsay, if I might. Has to do with the monkey flower. Again, we've received comments related to the monkey flower and its concern as being a potentially threatened or endangered species up there on Prison Hill. Can you address how the project team has addressed that concern as a part of the project?
Thank you, Commissioner Cron. For the record, Lindsay Boyer, Open Space Manager.
So for other commissioners, those who may not be familiar with monkey flower, it's a small annual plant that occurs in the Carson Valley, but really occurs across 4 Nevada counties and 1 in California, Alpine. And a petition was filed to the Fish and Wildlife Service by the Center for Biological Diversity back in January, basically petitioning for that plant to be listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act and to protect critical habitat. So right now, kind of where we're at in that process is the petition has been received by the Fish and Wildlife Service. They have approximately 90 days to develop a response. They can either determine that the petition is substantial and they want to move forward with a period of research, or they could determine that the petition is not substantial and it would go away at that point. The 90 days has passed, so we're just waiting to find out kind of updates related to that effort. If they were to determine that it was that there was substantial claims and that they needed to look at it further, it would go into a 12-month review status where they would gather data, talk to agency partners, kind of do a deeper dive on the plant and its habitat. From there, they kind of go to another decision tree to either move forward in the process or to table it for the moment or to not move forward at all. At that point, it can be anywhere from 1 year to 10 years of a process to work through this. So as of right now, there are no considerations for the plant legally. However, we've been aware of monkey flower in open space for some time. It does occur on numerous properties throughout Carson City. And so through the Prison Hill Master Plan process, we did include it as basically a consideration to include those habitats in our project development. And I think one thing that's very important to note is through the open space process, we've purchased and preserved over 7,000 acres of land here in Carson City, much of which is monkey flower habitat and is essentially protected from development, commercial development, which is one of its risks. So, we feel like we've done a lot and we definitely will be tracking the process moving forward. But as of right now, we are in a holding pattern and don't have additional information to report.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Borders asked the question about motorized vehicles on the trail and how to prevent that. My question is around ADA access, and you do have the ADA spaces there, and will you allow for ADA motorized mobility aids and other power-driven mobility devices on the trail?
That's a great question. And yes, per federal law, electric ADA mobility devices are allowed. They're permitted for persons with disabilities.
And as a follow-up to that, how will you prevent conflict on the trail with individuals who have those devices when you have signs posted or ballers posted and they either can't access because they have a device, or you have someone who says, well, here is a sign and it says you can't be here, but they have a device, they are disabled, and they are there. We see this a lot on social media with conflicts happening and people sometimes getting hurt or injured because of these conflicts. How do we as a community help to help each other in kindness, but how do we prevent those things from happening? Like, how do we show signage that allows for one thing, but we're also preventing another when it's the same thing or similar things?
Yeah, that's a good question. And, several parts to the answer. One is that we have share the trail messaging that we have on all of our kiosk signage for our trails around Carson City, which it speaks to being be kind to others, share the trails, go slow and say hello. That's one part of the answer. Two is that this trail is being built wide enough that there is the ability for everybody to share the trail. There is plenty of room for people to walk side by side and still pass somebody in a mobility device or on a bicycle. And we see that on some of our other trails around town, especially the trail, the Prison Hill Trail on the east side of Prison Hill that we built a few years ago. I sometimes, I'm on that trail quite frequently. Plus, we drive that Carson River Road a lot, so I see what's happening up there. And there I see families walking together. I see bicycles passing. We've seen adaptive mountain bikes, for example, and other mobility devices. So the trail will accommodate all of those types of activities. Regarding signage, you're absolutely correct. We don't have signage that I'm aware of that specifically says, certain types of mobility devices are permitted. And it hasn't come up as an issue, but that's a great observation, and maybe we need to provide some kind of signage at our kiosk that would address that.
Thank you.
I have a question in regards to that, is that with the advent of so many of these electric bicycles, they actually go faster than our old Honda 95s that we used to play and we used to take out there on the other end of Prison Hill. My question is there speed limits on this thing? Because I've noticed that on some of the stuff on the west side, that those electric bikes are actually they're kind of detrimental to some of the hikers because they're not coming through, and we're starting to see some impact.
Sure. So good question. Yeah. E-bikes are accounting for typically, I think, more than half of the sales of bicycles now. And Carson City does not have a municipal code that addresses e-bikes. And so we defer to the NRS, which allows e-bikes wherever traditional bicycles are permitted. Again, we've been trying to stress the message about go slow and say hello, and share the trails and things like that. But as e-bikes become more and more prevalent, we may, as a community, want to start looking at speed limits or something. That's probably a conversation that needs to be done, not unilaterally by us in open space, because it would be a community decision on how we would want to regulate e-bikes going forward.
No, my observation is just no different than what we used for little motorcycles in high school years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. Commissioner Borders.
I have one silly question about monkey flower. Can it be transplanted?
That's a great question. Because of the nature of the plant, it's an annual plant, and its stature is quite small. It's less than 2 inches, has a fairly shallow root system. So unfortunately, it can't be transplanted. Another thing that's interesting about the plant is it grows on a very boom and bust life cycle. Really depends on having a very heavy, big water year, are typically the years we've seen it. If we don't get a great water year, we may not see it. That doesn't necessarily mean that the population has been, decimated.
So
It just
it's like a
wasn't the
typical
right
wildflower
conditions.
then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Cron.
I kind of wanted to follow up on Commissioner Borders' question. If you can't transplant it, is there, let me stop. As a part of this plan, is there an erosion control plan in the sense of a revegetation plan is associated with this project? Is the open space department or as a part of the project going to be doing some erosion control seeding with this project?
Great question. Yes, so there will be a re-veg component of the trail plan. So disturbed areas like staging areas or any areas that are outside of the footprint of the trail, they will be re-vegged. We worked on the seed mix with the consultant, so we've vetted that. Obviously, there will be definitely erosion control features as well. One thing that I want to note, in addition, not necessarily to this project, but as components of the Prison Hill Master Plan that we've been implementing, there were a lot of considerations surrounding what we call the Kuntz parcel, so kind of that area around Kuntz in general.
And when the land came to us from the BLM, that particular parcel came to us as parks and public purpose, so it allowed for many different uses. Through the Prison Hill Master Plan, we determined that that area should be managed in conjunction as open space. And so one thing that we've done is we've actually closed down all motorized use. Previously, there was a number of trails, roads, things that unregulated motorized travel out there. We've since put in signage and barriers, obstacles to close down those areas to protect a good portion of monkey flower habitat in that area. And we'll be doing some re-veg as part of that as well. So efforts outside of this project are also geared towards monkey flower.
And now I'm going to follow up on Commissioner Borders' question. If you can't transplant it, are there seed sources available to add it to the revegetation mix that you're talking about?
That's a great question. We've worked closely with Nevada Natural Heritage Program, who's kind of the lead agency who's been tracking monkey flower populations. To my knowledge, they haven't done any trials to see if seed collection is viable. Again, because of the nature of the plant, they're so small statured and they're so ephemeral. So a large-scale seed collection effort would probably be fairly challenging with this particular species. You would have to be able to grow it up in a nursery setting, and it depends on certain soil conditions and things like that. So to my knowledge, there hasn't been a kind of seed source or transplantation study.
Okay, so nothing commercially available to add to the seed mix?
Not at this time.
Okay. Then I did want to go back to finding number 2, or finding number 1 again. It says we'll be consistent with the objectives of the master plan elements, guiding principle 4. The city will continue to provide a diverse range of parks and recreational opportunities. When you worked on the Prison Hill master plan, one of the things that this trail does, is it does provide a variety of different trail recreational sources to that facility. Was that intended in that sense to provide a diversity of different trail experiences on Prison Hill, or was that just more or less just moving forward with a multi-use path?
No, it was intentional. So, as you mentioned, the master plan calls for making trails available to persons with disabilities where feasible, where practical, right? And so, on Prison Hill, the most practical location for that would be in the topography near the base of the trail, which is less extreme than as you get up higher into the hill. And so the Prison Hill master plan calls for a loop trail, an accessible loop trail around the base of Prison Hill with single track, a loop trail around the base of Prison Hill connecting the trailheads along the base of Prison Hill, and then single track through the middle of the hill, connecting trailheads across the hill. So the intent is for an accessible base trail, single track in the middle, and then we also call for some trails that are available to adaptive mountain bikes that are not necessarily accessible trails, but trails that are wide enough for an adaptive mountain bike, a three-wheeler tricycle, that offer a little bit more challenge than just a flat trail, but they're still less difficult than a steep single track going up to the summit or something like that.
Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to bring up is that Kuntz Lane itself, when they built the freeway, that was for that neighborhood that had horses and so forth to be able to go across the freeway and access this trailhead and have trails up into the Prison Hill area. I did notice that there's only, it looks like 2 trailer areas for horse trailers for anybody that comes in separately on your trail plan.
Yeah, a couple of things. There's 3, I believe there's 3 trailer parking spots on the plan. Yeah, there's 3. But also, you mentioned the crossing, and yeah, early on there was a study that was done for potentially putting like a bicycle, equestrian, pedestrian crossing across the freeway. It would be certainly a multi-million-dollar project to do that. So I mean, at this time, what we've opted for is the crosswalk and the flashing beacons to help facilitate people getting from the other side of the freeway, well, to get across Edmonds Drive when they come from the other side of the freeway, from the neighborhoods to the west.
Maybe I'm confused, but I thought that there was actually an overpass at Kuntz Lane that goes over the freeway.
So Kuntz Lane is an overpass.
Correct.
Over the freeway, and then there's a stop sign at Edmonds Drive.
Okay, at Edmonds, but I'm saying that was actually done to facilitate horses that are in the larger properties to the west of the freeway.
So the overpass can certainly be used by equestrians and by all non-motorized users to cross the freeway and access Prison Hill.
I have to say that for Mike Trevinen, because Mike Trevinen spent a lot of time trying to make sure there was horse access over that freeway.
Gotcha,
So
okay.
I do want to put that out there.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Christopher? Okay. All right. Any further questions of the commissioners? Okay. I'd like to open up for public comment, and because we have quite a few people here, I did need to reiterate on public comment. It's limited to 3 minutes. We ask that you be respectful for everybody that's in the room, and that includes, say, other people. We don't do clapping or anything like that. Be respectful to the staff, be respectful to the commissioners, and please come forward, sign your name, and then state it for the record, please. And you press the green dot and go from there.
Good evening, Board. Nicole Whitson for the record, 3706 Hobby Horse Lane, as well as 3806 Hobby Horse Lane. I'm very excited about, thank you for having me tonight. I'm very excited about the next phase of the Prison Hill open space area. However, I'm concerned about the original phase that's on Golden Eagle Lane that is our access to my personal property. Nice to meet you guys. I've been hearing from you for quite some time. The Golden Eagle culverts were rediverted all over the Prison Hill area that washes across the Golden Eagle Lane. With that being said, the culverts are washed out, they're filled in. It's hard for us, neighbors and property owners, to access that from there. So with that being said, I'd like you guys to consider, you folks, the board, I'm sorry, to consider that from years to come, that myself and our neighbors east of the open space access have it maintained and upkeeped with the culverts and the runoff coming off of the Prison Hill area. I had no idea it was a $2.4 million project going in on the Kuntz area. So I think with a little bit of money, we can put in some new culverts on Golden Eagle. Okay. So with that being said, please consider my request, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. And somebody, if you have additional people getting ready, you can come up and sit at the chair and wait for your turn. We'll just keep moving.
I signed in earlier. I'm on Ron Bratch. I live on Golden Eagle. The concerns I have is I've been a resident of Golden Eagle since 16. I don't know if everyone remembers the 16-17 winter, lots of water coming across. There was 3 different times the Carson River was supposed to breach its banks, and in February 17 it did, and it flew across my property. So my 10-acre parcel was only an acre for about 3 days. With that, at one point, there was a hole in Golden Eagle Lane as big as my car. The residents, because it was in the dirt area, fixed that about 2-3 days later. With no assistance from the city. We didn't ask the city or anything like that. Later that year, we met with a supervisor on the end of Golden Eagle, and they informed us that they will no longer maintain Golden Eagle Lane. It's a private property, it's a private road, even though it's on city and state property. And we can't work on it because we don't have $1 million policy to work on that road. So it's slowly deteriorating. And with that, I have a problem with they can't maintain what they have, and now they're going to build a road. It's a road. I mean, you say it's a trail. It's 10 feet wide. It's almost as wide as Golden Eagle Lane. And anyone that's ADA can go down Golden Eagle Lane. We have goats that walk down our road all the time. We had a mule guy walking through. We have people on their bicycles going all the way to the Mexican Dam. They're crossing because the access from the Mexican Dam to the ranch, so now they can pick their bike up across. And so we have people coming, and we don't have a problem with that, but putting a road right next to, or a trail that's as wide as the road, next to a road, just doesn't make sense to me. If you look at that red road around, it parallels and almost touches Golden Eagle most of the way. And then you can see at the very end where it goes into where the driveway is, it doesn't go to the actual staging area, it goes to the driveway, which isn't an ADA accessible to the other area. I have no idea who planned most of this, but I just see it tearing up vegetation, causing more erosion. Like the last lady said, we have a problem with a culvert. Our road's almost washed out this last year. It is now a dirt patch across that area. And it just gets worse and worse. I'm just waiting for the road not to be passable because our culvert in that area is full and it's been running over for years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, Commission, I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of an electrical system issue. Holding still's been hard tonight. I appreciate your patience. I also am trying to keep a sense of humor about the whole thing, but it's getting tougher. I think that Ms. Supervisor Christopher, I'm getting worse, I'm sorry, not better, brought up a question that I was having initially, and I brought it up to a friend, and she didn't see it the same way, and apparently the board doesn't see it the same way you do. This is talking to me about putting a trailhead in. It all of a sudden slipped in the part about the trail. I think you would have a whole lot of people here, more people in fact, if you'd actually made an emphasis of the fact that the trail is being semi-approved. And actually there was some, I think, not intended, and he's a man that I appreciate and respect, but when he said we already had plans or we already have single track, he slipped. We do already have that. We have double track all around there. There was no reason to do this without the consideration of ADA. With the consideration, there would be areas that would have to be modified or changed to allow for that. But to suggest that this multi-purpose trail is not going to have impact on not just the wildlife, but the terrain that you're riding on, it's not natural anymore. It's really a road. It's built with, I can't think of it, under road construction orders. And it's not adding to it. In a conversation I had that I cannot, say, hey, no other witnesses, it was actually suggested they're going to be closing off some of those natural trails and emphasizing the use of the multi-purpose road that they're putting in. I'm not going to call it anything but a road because it's being constructed as a road. If Muscle Power were in there and making adaptive considerations for ADA, which already are looking for other than a road to ride on. ADA don't want to ride on a road. They want to get up into the natural. And if they can't adapt their vehicle or themselves, they will ask for the city's consideration in areas that the angle's too steep or too deep or such. What we're doing is engineering a massive kill-off of insects and the environment. We owe so much to Sage, and I don't think this was written properly, and that's one of my biggest concerns. I would like you to table it because of that. And I think that other people might agree with me just on the fact that, hey, this trail thing by itself is huge. It needs more than 3 minutes to discuss. When they brought up the size of it, was way into the development of their idea of it. I asked for a long time, how wide? I never got an answer till recently in the sense of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Orloff, back again. I don't even know where to start. I just want you to know I'm a runner, I'm a hiker, I'm a mountain biker, I'm all over that hill, up, down, sideways, and any direction. And it is absolutely circumnavigable right now, just the way it is. And there's connectivity with every single trail. I don't know how many of you have been out on Prison Hill and walked that and maybe compared some of the Ash to Kings Canyon, just so you know what open space is all about. But it's usually a very natural area. To put a trail like this into a conservation easement property that's 1306 protected makes no sense to me. It's like a regional park trail. On page 9, number 2, the trail will not be detrimental to the use, peaceful enjoyment, compatible, and it will be compatible with preserve the character and integrity of adjacent neighborhoods. I don't know if you know this neighborhood that I live in. It's all 1 acre. People have livestock. We have no curbs. We have no sidewalks. We have no churches. We have no businesses. We have no schools. It's very remote, and we like that. People on Gentry are backed up to the land because they like the beauty of it. To put a trail of this magnitude in a conservation easement in this neighborhood, to me, makes no sense. I talked to some friends on the west side. They said if you ever tried to put an AASHTO trail along the foothills from Kings Canyon to Ash Canyon to Timberline to connect that and to Lakeview, they'd be out there with their pitchforks and their shovels trying to stop that. Are you putting a trail like this around Sea Hill or around Eagle? I would ask that as well. AASHTO, well, ADA is 36 inches. I mean, I'm a physical therapist. 36 inches is an ADA trail, and I have no problem with ADA trails. We have them already in town. We have paved trails all on Longview, even going up Kings Canyon. We have paved trails all the way to the college. The whole wetlands area is paved. It's actually wheelchair accessible. We have Riverview Park right next door, which already has 12 or 10-foot wide trails that could be easily adapted for ADA. And we also have the river trail all the way from Morgan Mill to Mexican Dam, which could be adapted easily without spending this kind of money on already existing impacted areas. It's like 2 miles and then some that we're going to tear out this ecosystem. It just makes no sense to me. The OHV area, I've dirt biked for 3 years. I love it. I appreciate the OHV area tremendously. That OHV area, the OHVers may ride any trail existing or designated in that property. They have no limitations. They were pushed back in 1983. To put a trail in their property that they are not allowed to go on, I think is going to really upset the culture and upset the camaraderie that we have evolved there now. And I think it's just a shame that we're doing that. It's not consistent with the current use. I could go on for half an hour. This is a huge project, but I appreciate your attention.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, back to the commissioners. Do you have any questions? Okay, Commissioner
Heather, are you
Cron?
going to tell us about Golden Eagle?
Wait, Commissioner Cron.
Specifically about the erosion, I can defer to Stephen.
Okay.
For that.
Stephen Pote, Development Engineering, for the record. So the city is aware of the erosion control issues out on Golden Eagle. That is a private street, as some of the public have referred to. And Parks may speak to the prioritization of different projects and maintenance, but so this project was funded by a grant. It's focused on creating this trail. We did talk some about the erosion control of the trail itself, whether or not this should be required to mitigate erosion control issues on that side of the hill or not is, it's not, I guess maybe Greg Bergen can speak to that as far as the.
Commissioner Borders, let me jump in here. Randy Rice, City Engineer, for the record. I believe the culvert you're talking to specifically is at the OHV entrance to the OHV trails up there. That is actually on state lands. We've been working with state lands for over 18 months to try to get an agreement, an MOU of some sort, to be able to help out, even though the city does not own any of that. We understand that we are a partner in this and we're happy to help out. And so we reached out to the state and offered up kind of some type of mitigation effort, which was essentially going out there and cleaning out the existing culvert. Because I do agree with the residents, there is some erosion that's happened there. There's some sediment buildup, and the culvert is blocked. And so there's definitely no arguing that. The challenge is when we approach the state with the kind of open hand to say, hey, let's work together to solve this problem. The state's answer was, okay, as long as you have a permanent easement here and fix this into perpetuity, we'll let you come in and do that. And of course, that's not what we want to do fiscally with our tax dollars. And so the city is willing to partner and to help work on this issue, but to date, we have not had a successful MOU with the state to be able to address that.
Can you help these people and tell them who at the state they need to call?
We have talked ad nauseum.
Okay.
Okay, and that goes to Commissioner Cron.
I think this brings up a good point related to the project, is that the soils on Prison Hill can be very mobile. And I know there has been some discussion here by the public related to maintenance of culverts and such things. The project does have a number of culvert crossings under the way. So what kind of guarantee do we have that those culverts that are in the current design will be kept open and kept being monitored, so we don't end up with a situation where they plug and you have sheet flow that actually overflows the path and then moves on down the hill?
Yes, that's a good question. So maintenance for this trail is budgeted in the open space budget. And maintenance is required under the auspices of the grant. So we have to maintain the trail. We have to maintain the drainage and erosion control features that are associated with the trail. So that's a given. It will happen.
And a follow-up question, but not necessarily related to that, we haven't talked about security on the trail. How does the park ranger program play into the trail system and the trailheads and those kind of things?
So we have right now, we have 4 park rangers in Carson City, and they cover all of the parks and open space, about 8,000 acres, including, of course, our larger community, regional parks like Mills Park and Fuji and things like that. But they do patrol Prison Hill, and they are they do spend some time. Well, for example, the OHV area, they go there at least once a day and take a look at that. They visit all the trailheads on Prison Hill at least once a day, and they're available to respond to calls when they during their normal working hours. So that's I guess that in a nutshell, that's our ranger program.
And the reason I ask is it has to do with the keeping the motorized vehicles where the motorized vehicles need to be and the walkers and horses where they need to be. So are they available to come out and help with those conflicts that might develop on the trail?
That's another good question. And so they are, but with the caveat that what we found is with dirt bikes, most of the dirt bikes that operate in this community operate legally where they're supposed to be. But if a dirt bike wants to go somewhere that is not supposed to be, it is very, very difficult for anybody, for our park rangers or the sheriff's office to catch them. And so, that is a challenge, but we have not had a lot of those problems on our non-motorized trails where we built them in other areas. I can't say that there's never any violations, but the issues are relatively small. And, through a lot of it is self-policing, because some of these trails become quite popular and the users self-police.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Lloyd?
Thank you, Chair. Going back to, and Heather, you might have it's like the map with the subject parcels on it that you point out. It's on the staff report. Yeah, that one. So my question kind of goes back to where Commissioner Borders was going. So there's two portions that I can see here that have Golden Eagle Lane on them. Even though that is a private road, does the city maintain those portions that are on the subjected parcels that are shown here?
Lindsay Boyer for the record. So yes, as you note, Golden Eagle Lane does cross Carson City open space property. So on those portions of the property that belong to Carson City, we go out following storms and we remove sediment. There have been issues where large gullies and things like that have formed, and when they're on our property, we have gone in and we have repaired those. The primary issue is that it's kind of a checkerboard. It crosses multiple jurisdictions, it crosses multiple ownership. Portions of the road are dirt, portions of it are grindings. So from an open space perspective, we have done what we can to try to maintain that, but it's not able to be maintained contiguously. And the culverts that are in question are not on Carson City property.
Any further questions? Commissioner Kilgore?
Can we go back to that slide that was up right before this? I just have a little input here. So I gotta say, I did a little bit of dirt biking in my younger days, and this would make one heck of a hot track here. So for any of those outliners that might want to race up and down this, it's going to be quite unpleasant for some of those houses that are closely backed up to it. And as you said, can't say it's never going to happen.
Okay. I think the only thing I need to say on this one too is that, typically we would approve a trailhead and the improvements on a trailhead through a special use grant. And I was kind of surprised to see that we're approving a trail too. Isn't that what we're being asked to do?
That is the way it's been advertised, as I've indicated. The use requires a special use permit.
Okay. Prison Hill was done through the state lands project back open space. These lots remained as Carson City individual lots, correct? This is not part of the original land transfer.
Lindsay Boyer for the record. So these parcels that we're discussing are part of the Omnibus Public Lands Management Act, or OPLMA, land transfer that happened with the federal government back in 2009. So we received about 4,500 acres from the BLM at that time, and Prison Hill was included in that. So we received these lands directly from the BLM, and the land is covered under what's called a conservation easement. The BLM has been heavily involved in this project. They approved us submitting the project, and they also approved compliance with the conservation easement in the context of the project. So the conservation easement spells right out that trails and trailheads are an allowable use, and they're actually considered a conservation value for the parcels.
Okay. The entire trail will be ADA compliant?
That's a good question, and no. At the trailhead, there's 2 parking spaces and a vault toilet and access to the vault toilet that are ADA compliant. ADA compliance pretty much requires concrete. So this trail is not ADA compliant. It's what we call an accessible trail. So it's accessible to persons of all abilities, but it doesn't meet the same standard as ADA.
Okay, so you're going to have higher things. It's going to be more than an inch in a foot, and we're going to have some different things. What my question is that kind of, there's a difference between an ADA parking space and the ability to take my wheelchair and go and run this entire thing, correct?
Yeah, and that's a good question. The surface is going to be a compacted, decomposed DG surface, and so I wouldn't recommend, say, for example, a hospital-type wheelchair on this trail, but it's very accessible to to a lot of different kinds of adaptive equipment. For example, an adaptive mountain bike, a three-wheel mountain bike.
Okay, that's a different thing. But what I
right.
was saying is my question on this is when you're saying that this is an adaptive trail, is it going to be kind of a corrugated washboard thing, kind of like on the other side, or is it going to be something that's relatively smooth so I can push my granny from here to there, or can I just park in the parking lot and maybe push her part way, but not in a wheelchair, and hope that she runs a mountain bike, an adaptive mountain bike? This is my question here, because I'm seeing how it's kind of written, and I kind of feel that it was put in there that it's ADA, and it's two separate things. Again, we're doing a trailhead or we're doing a trail, but now we're doing them both. So that's my question.
Right. So you're correct. I mean, somebody could come and park in an ADA spot, and they would have access to get their equipment out of the vehicle and get to the trail. Once on the trail, no, it's no longer ADA compliant. It's accessible. So I would recommend equipment that is a little bit wider tires, for example, than like a hospital wheelchair. You're going to want something that is better suited to a surface that is not paved. It's a smooth surface, it's a compacted surface, but it's not paved.
You can forget your motorized thing. So.
Like a rascal scooter, maybe?
They have
So, yeah, I'm not sure what a rascal scooter is,
The
but
little hover deals, the little, where you sit on it, they're typically, maroon colored, they have a basket on the front, we're gonna go somewhere. And we see them on the roads. That's an ADA accessible vehicle, basically.
a mobility device.
Exactly.
Mhm. If it has a tire that's, I would say, wider than like what a hospital wheelchair would have, then it should be
Probably about this wide,
about that wide.
about that wide.
Yeah, that would travel quite well on a compacted DG surface.
There are other powered mobility devices that are more robust for
Okay.
said activities.
Okay. But I was just asking the question because the fact is that it was put out there that this was being put out here as an ADA thing, but there's other ADA. But if I want to be able to go on Prison Hill and and I don't have a electric bicycle, I want to be able to make it, I would like it to be ADA if this is what it's being billed as. That's what I'm just saying, but it's not being billed as that.
Correct. If we were going to build it as ADA, it would be a concrete surface.
Chair, can I
Yeah.
maybe make a comment here? Let's
Yeah.
see if Heather, if this might be allowable. Is it possible to take this item and make two separate motions potentially? One related to the trailhead and one related to the trail itself?
Mhm.
I'm just curious, a couple things, I'm getting lost here. I'm hearing about the accessibility, but I'm reading the agenda title and staff summary, and I don't see where that describes accessibility. Maybe I'm missing it. I see access, but not accessibility. Secondly, why would the two things be separate? And I want to kind of take a couple steps back to basics. Okay, so the city has a zoning district called public, and there's some subsets of the public, like public community, public regional, public neighborhood, I think. Anyhow, they're all public. And because you don't know what's going to happen on public land, you can have a wastewater treatment plant on public land. You can have a jail on public land. You can have all sorts of stuff. And you can have a park on public land. You can have a trail on public land. You can have a school on public land. So what the city did in the zoning ordinance is they said, okay, we don't really know what we're going to get on public land because you're going to get some weird stuff that you don't really get other places, like the wastewater treatment plant. So we're just going to say whatever you put on that publicly zoned land is going to need a special use permit. And you'll have to make the findings of fact. So I guess I haven't heard anything in the conversation so far that would explain to me why we would make this 2 projects when the whole point is to look at our findings of fact, and you can have conditions to make the findings of fact. So so those are the 2 things I'm lost on.
Has any work started on this?
No, the work has not started. The design is finished and the project is out to bid, but the work has not begun.
So the reason that we're being asked to do this as SUP is because this is on public regional, but it is zoned under the master plan as single family. Is that, I'm just trying to wrap my head around.
No,
what-
that's why I had to ask those questions. Your zoning is public regional. So let's stop there, right? Just stop. Public regional. What the zoning ordinance says is the land that's owned by the city is basically zoned public. Why is it zoned public? Because we have no idea what could potentially go there. It could potentially be something that's quite controversial, like a jail, like a wastewater treatment plant. Or it could be something which, honestly, in my opinion, isn't so controversial, like a trail in open space, which, as Lindsay Boyer just said, was contemplated when BLM transferred the land to the city, which is why the staff can make the findings of fact. So because we don't really know what we'll get when we have city land, it gets zoned public, and this will probably get changed when we update Title 18, but right now, every single solitary use requires a special use permit so that the planning commission gets to say, yes, we can make the 7 required findings of fact, or we can make the 7 findings of fact with certain conditions, or we cannot make the findings of fact. Don't put, I'm going to say, the jail in this location. So that's kind of procedurally where we are. You've heard the staff report, you've heard public comment, you've had a lot of discussion, and I don't mean to challenge the separation, I just haven't heard anything that led in that direction, so that confused me.
Make a motion.
Certainly. Wait. We have Commissioner DeChristopher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to the first comment that I made to make sure that it was understood correctly. I was not suggesting that we did need to split this up. What was odd to me is, I don't want to say foregone conclusion, but I had really thought with all of the activity, public engagement, the Board of Supervisors' involvement, in my mind, that part had been taken care of. And we were simply looking at the trailhead improvements, the toilet, the picnic table, the cover. What I do want to express is I feel the frustration of the owners who have had to put in their own work in trying to work with drainage issues. I get that. I've had similar properties. I understand it completely. What I feel, and I can ask specifically of Greg or whoever, perhaps Randy too, there's a good deal of money invested in this. So I'm making an assumption based on what I've read in here that those problems they're currently dealing with would be resolved. The assumption is they'd be resolved. With that in mind, and hearing what Lindsay has had to say regarding the monkey flower, things that I had in my mind that would make me feel uncomfortable with this project, they've been answered. I just want assurances for the people who are having to deal with the irrigation issues that that's something that'll be taken care of. Unfortunately, that part of is out of our purview because once a decision is made, that's on somebody else.
Thanks, Randy Rice, city engineer for the record. To answer your question, the answer is no. We're not going to solve all the drainage issues with this project. What I will say is I believe after reviewing the project that it's mitigating the parts that it needs to, right? The parts that it's affecting. There are plenty of issues that have been brought up by the residents that are not in this area, and there are issues within this area. Where the trail crosses the different drainages, they are going to put riprap, they're going to armor to protect against erosion. They're going to have culverts to direct the water underneath the road. The road, the way it's built and constructed in cut, will also help with some of that erosion as well over time. Granted, some of the concerns that were brought up about revegetation, removing some of the existing vegetation that's out there, certainly that will exacerbate some of the sediment. But again, time and Mother Nature will always win, right? There's nothing that we can do about that. So to the extent practical that the project can mitigate those issues, I believe, yes, they have done that. Another issue that has come up is the width of the road and building it to ASHO standards. One thing I will say is that I understand the idea behind not wanting a road to be, or a trail to be super wide. However, the easiest and most cost-effective way to deal with those drainage issues and clean up after sediment is to have a trail that's wide enough and strong enough to be able to get equipment access to those drainage areas. So we can't have it both ways, right? I think that this project has done a good job of finding the balance between what people want of all walks of life and all abilities, but also providing for the heritage and the resources that are up there, and minimizing the impact that the project does bring. And it also it brings people to a centralized point. So rather than walking randomly around the hill and having boot steps and everything else, we're funneling them towards a point of interest. And so I hope that answers the question, but it's not going to solve everything. This is not a one size fits all. I also don't think the project should be required to mitigate everything. It's steps, right? This is part of the master plan. We're bringing a project forward as part of the master plan, and the parts that it does disrupt, it is addressing.
Thank you. You've addressed it. Appreciate it.
Okay, any further questions? Commissioner Porters?
Over the past several weeks, we've been going to various meet and greets about the master plan update. And the one thing that always comes up first is we love Carson City because it has open space and trails and places to get out into. This is a project that has gone through the gauntlet of trying to get things done in a bureaucracy. And the last stage of that is us deciding that we will let them build something that most people in Carson City, in one way or another, want in public land. And I know that there's some problems and things to be considered, but I don't see us as the people. I don't want to be the wart in the ass of progress. And I don't know where else we go. If we don't pass this special use permit, what are we going to tell them to do? We're not telling them not to do anything. We haven't said you can't do it. We just said, I don't know. So I think we've turned over as many rocks as we can, and I think I would like to move to approve LU 2023-0309 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report.
Commissioner DeChristopher?
Yes, are we actually second? I
Thank
second
you.
that.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, and for what reason?
I don't believe it's compatible with the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, and that is condition
7.
Condition
7, I think.
No, it is. Okay, subject to condition 2?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All righty, so approved. Okay.
One more.
All
Thank you,
right.
guys.
Yes, thank you. Okay, item number 6F, LU 2024-0101, discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit, SUP, to allow for the development of a congregate care facility within Lampa Ranch North, specific plan area zone general commercial, specific plan area GC, SPA, located approximately 2,000 feet to the south of East William Street at the southern terminus of Gold Dust. Assessor parcel number APN 01-04152. Heather.
Good evening, Heather Manzo, for the record. So this project is located within the Lampa Ranch North specific plan and is highlighted here. It's directly to the south of the Gold Dust West Casino, if for those who are familiar with that area. The project is proposed to provide for a development for congregate care facility that would be constructed over 2 phases as proposed. Phase 1 is on the eastern portion of the site and Phase 2 is on the west. Phase 1 consists of a senior living facility, which would be 3 stories in height and 130 units. And Phase 2 is for an assisted living and memory care facility that would be 2 stories and contain 124 units. So with that, I've just got a site plan without all of the colors in case we need to refer to it later. The applicant has proposed a landscape plan that will comply with code. Again, when we have projects that propose phases, when the first phase comes in, it needs to meet and stand alone as its own project without relying upon a future phase for compliance with code. So as the project is developed, each phase will need to include the appropriate landscaping, access, parking, and all of the things that go into a development project with that first phase. So I've got some building elevations here. This is the 3-story senior living facility and the 2-story assisted living and, and memory care facility. So with that, the applicant did request an alternative parking standard. That is something in code that is allowed to be decided upon by the community development director. Staff did take a look at what had been presented to us with justification for the reduction, and that has been approved. So should this project be approved, there is a required 170 parking spaces rather than the 190 that code would require. So the applicant had provided a Institute of Transportation Engineers justification for that reduction. And then one thing I wanted to note is in your late materials yesterday, you received public comment from an affected property owner that when Gold Dust Way comes down, that property is located on the west side of that roadway. They noted that they own 1/3 of the easement that Gold Dust Way exists upon. And so we have recommended that Condition 9 be modified to include not only the Gold Dust West parcel, but also that other affected property. And as you'll note, the project does have to have legal access before they get any permits to do any work on the subject site. So that is a condition that's recommended, and this modification will address the concern that had been noted by the property owner. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. We are recommending approval of this request, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. And the applicant is also available to address the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Commissioner DeChristopher. Okay, no, okay. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, does the proposed parking include employee as well as resident parking?
Yeah, so the code breaks things down a little differently for like a senior living facility versus the congregate care facility, because obviously congregate care a lot of time, and in memory care, there are non-driving residents. But with assisted living, sometimes, they do have a car and sometimes they don't. So code addresses employee count with the assisted living and memory care. And then on the phase one side, the senior living, that's 1 space per unit is what code calls for, and some guest parking. So in the request for a parking adjustment, they did outline, all of the different standards and how they're proposing the number that they had come to. What's being presented to you this evening is just that overall parking number that was approved.
Thank you. This may be beyond your purview, but I'm curious, is this a dramatic increase in assisted living and memory care volume within the city, or are there currently a lot of other facilities like this?
I don't know that there are a lot. There are several.
Okay.
There is a need. Northern Nevada is aging, and so there is a need to provide for housing for, all ages, including those that are kind of aging out of living independently on their own properties and needing to provide for additional services and activities kind of closer to home base.
One of the things we heard in the listening tour for the master plan again and again was services for seniors, right? And this may not be what people want to think about when they think about services for seniors, but it certainly is part of the spectrum. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Cron?
A question on access, Heather. I believe when the original plan for the Lampa Ranch development, there was consideration given and residential units assigned to having access to Highway 50. As I understand it from this project site, the only thing going south is an emergency access. So I'm kind of, just to catch me up, I guess, basically is what I'm asking. How did we go from a fairly large amount of residential units for this project that then had access to Highway 50, and now we've put this care facility here, but now the development doesn't have access to Highway 50. So catch me up on how that transpired, would you please?
So the specific plan does have an adopted threshold in terms of the number of trips that are allowed, and I'll turn it over to Stephen to address the transportation component.
Stephen Pote, Development Engineering for the record. So for those of you that remember Blackstone Ranch Phase 3, which is also known as Capitol Crossing, now that project brought everything in the specific plan area to that threshold pretty much. So that was of key concern when this project came before us. So in order for us to be able to meet the findings for this, the subject parcel has all of its traffic going north to William Street, so no more traffic is going down south through the spa. And there's also a condition to provide similar provisions for access to the other remainder parcel just east of this parcel.
So I guess a follow-up question to that, Stephen, would be then with those changes, then the north access is not needed and these people can negotiate with the other third of the easement to negotiate a way out. And I know that's a condition we have here, but so basically it's just this particular project that eventually will go out up onto William Street between the two developments.
So it'd be the subject project and then the remainder parcel.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Borders?
Stephen, I think you're going to probably answer this, but I've got some questions about condition number 10, 11, and 13. Condition 10 says the SPA requires a full access connection to East William Street once development within the SPA exceeds the approved traffic volume. Now, you've already told us that it has already exceeded the traffic volume, correct?
It's just below.
Okay, but with this project, it will exceed it, or will still be just below.
Correct. With this project, if traffic was sent through the spa to the south, then it would exceed it.
All right, well then, I guess I don't understand what this number 10 means to me or to the developer. What are we asking him to do?
I'll jump in really quickly and just kind of
All
from a
right.
high level address this, and then
Sure.
Stephen can
Well, that's
follow up.
kind of all I'm looking at.
Yeah,
I
you got it.
just read all this and it doesn't make a lot of sense.
And I probably should have highlighted it on my vicinity map to make it a little bit clearer. So the subject site is the square that is highlighted in blue.
Yep.
This remainder parcel that is noted in condition number 10 is this little 2.5 acre parcel to the east of the subject site. So what condition number 10 really does is says, we know that we don't have any, we're already at the transportation threshold for the specific plan. And so this remainder parcel that is currently owned by the same property owner as the applicant parcel, we're asking them to go ahead and address access to make sure that that property can be developed in the future when there's a plan for it.
Okay.
So there's, I think, a 3-step thing there where they need to choose one, either fold it into one of the existing parcels that already has access to William Street, or provide for access from that 2.5 acre parcel to William Street some other way. So that way we don't end up down the road with this property that has legal access, but it can't be developed because there's not any capacity in the transportation system for it.
Thank you. I understand now. Number 11. What proposed building must be abandoned prior to the building permit?
Stephen Pote for the record. It's existing easements that are conflicting with the design. So there's existing easements on that property that would need to be abandoned because
All
they
right.
conflict with the proposed
Okay,
design.
and then number 13. What is emergency access as opposed to a dirt road, a compacted road, a paved road? You know, we're asking for emergency access. I got that. What is emergency access?
So we've actually gone through this exercise on a few other projects recently. The fire department requires a minimum of 75,000 pounds apparatus to be able to travel on it. So typically that means it's paved. You can get away with compacted base. It's a much thicker section, and more than likely they'll just do the paved street section.
Is it 1 lane or 2 lanes?
It would be a 20-foot wide section.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I got it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Lloyd?
Thank you, Chair. So, on the plan that you have up right here, in the bottom right-hand corner, there's 2 roads that go nowhere. Are they dead ends?
3.
They're not there yet.
Stephen Pote for the record. So the private access drive aisles that you're referring to are actually tying into a street called Monroe. That is a street that was proposed with the subdivision I referenced earlier, Blackstone Ranch Phase 3, which is approved, and just about, that permit is just about ready to be issued.
And will there be access or will they be blocked?
So they will be blocked to allow emergency access only. So if, they won't be totally open so that the public could drive through the project up to William Street.
Why?
I think that might be a question for the applicant.
Okay. Can the applicant come forward, please?
There we go. Mike Dinas, Mission Senior Living. the applicant. Mission Senior Living's a senior housing developer, operator of long-term care, assisted living, independent living, memory care. Our office happens to be in Carson City. We're off of Sutro, right next to Cinderlight up by the airport. Just a little background. We have 6 communities that we operate currently in Montana, New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. Historically, we've built 4 similar communities to this in Nevada. 2 were in Reno, 1 in Fernley, 1 in Mesquite. So we've been looking at Carson City for a long time, being our hometown. So a couple of things I can address. First one on the access, our proposal, and then the city has followed on that they want emergency access for fire, basically, is that we want to put gates on there with knock boxes. So only 911 first responders can get access onto the property. And so it's a second, instead of only having the way the city usually looks at it, or fire 911, instead of having just one point of access off of Gold Dust Way, because what if there's an accident or something, this gives them the opportunity to come in an alternative route. And part of dealing with, back on another question, dealing with access and building a public road that was going to be the long-term plan of Lampa Ranch to go and connect to Williams, is Gold Dust Way is privately held. And the people who own it will not allow they're not going to convert it to a public right-of-way like that, okay? To allow, they will not allow us access if there's through traffic for the neighborhood going to William Street. It's been an ongoing thing prior to our involvement. We don't own this property yet. We've just been working on it. But what they will, because of the type of project we have, and senior living does not generate a lot of traffic. We're generating a fraction of the traffic of the original plan for commercial development. So part of Lampa Ranch, this would have been commercial development that went in here with the road going all the way through to William Street. So we tentatively have an agreement with Gold Dust West. This is a lot of information. This is what I've learned in the last 5 months, but we tentatively have an agreement that as long as traffic is restricted and we're building senior living on this, they like the project and we will be able to get our legal access, okay? And through an easement there. Now, Heather hit on, we just found out yesterday, actually, it was, I think, that there's another landowner for 300 feet of the access right off of Williams that owns a third of that area there. And I did reach out to this gentleman today and actually spoke with him. And it's new to him. He doesn't know about the project. Reasonable guy. He and I have a call set up for tomorrow. I believe that we will be able to negotiate an arrangement with Gold Dust West and them to get our access. What planning department has done has said, okay, you don't have access now, but it'll be a condition before you can do anything that you will get legal access to satisfy the city that we have legal access to use our property to get onto William Street, okay? And so we understand that condition. We know that when as of yesterday at 1 PM, I found out I now have another party that I need to get access from, but I'm working on that currently. And, I'm confident that we will be able to agree to that and get that access and resolve that need. There's a couple other things that, I'll just hit on things I took a couple of notes on. Existing communities in the area, there's a 65-unit assisted living called Sierra Place that's up by the golf course. They're just across from Gold Dust West, about a block off of that. There's an older building that's an independent living. It's about 130 units called, I forget what it's called now. It's a holiday building, and right next to it is an assisted living and memory care called The Lodge. There is on Mountain Street, there's an older 3-pod building called Skyline Estates. We used to manage it for a company that sold, for some owners that sold it years ago to a group out of Oregon. And there's another about a 50-unit older single-story building in town. Bottom line is we've been in Carson City for a long time. we started this company in 2012. We've looked at Carson City. There's an unmet need in Carson City. We have third-party market studies that show that it's actually fair amount unmet need. And so that's why for us, this is a very aggressive project to build 2 projects. I wish we could build them both simultaneously instead of phasing them. It's just a lot of money, and so we want to get one built and start leasing it, and then probably start the second one. Just from a financial standpoint, it's a lot of risk for us. So that's why the phasing's going on. One comment on our parking, the city, it calculated out to 190 parking spaces. We suggested, based on our experience, we built both of these buildings before, the 170 parking spaces. We worked with staff that you can do an alternative. So we, as part of our traffic study, also had the licensed engineer, and there's actually a representative here from Headway Engineering that did the work. They used the traffic manual, the industry standard for traffic and studies, and the actual calculation is a fair amount below the 170 units. I think it's 111 or something like that. So the city standard would calculate at 190. The IEEE manual would say 111. We're suggesting 170, and I won't speak for staff, but I believe that's probably why they approved. That's a piece of why they approved it. We didn't cut it to 111 parking spaces that the traffic study justifies. We've operated these. We don't want to be under parking either, but we also don't want a bunch more asphalt that we don't need to have. So we know 170 is a comfortable number for the 2 projects. So I probably missed a bunch of stuff. If there's any follow-on questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Commissioner Cron?
A quick question for Heather. I think you mentioned in the staff report, or maybe it was one of our discussions, but from a transition standpoint, we're going from very active commercial on Highway 50 to the congregate care facility, then to residential. So the land uses, in staff's opinion, work really well in that regard?
So this project is zoned general commercial, which does allow for quite a variety of commercial and residential uses with a special use permit. General commercial is the most intense commercial zone, so there are a lot of uses that could go here that might not be so appropriate. In this case, this will serve as a transition from, the activity on William Street down to the residential project within Lampa.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Christopher?
Thank you. I know you've had some obstacles. It's great you can keep working through them. One comment, I know we are underserved in this area right now. What I particularly like about your project is you have the memory care so that it's basically a full cycle for a senior, the way you've set it up. So I personally, with elderly parents, I'm appreciative of that facility. The question I have is, knowing that there may still be potential challenges, have you looked at other areas that could be conducive?
Yes, I really like this site and kind of lucked into it. Actually, we have a construction company that builds just for us. My construction manager, who's on Zoom watching this, he met Josh Myers, the owner of this, on a flight and started talking about. We were working on a site for 2 years just outside of Carson City, across from the Home Depot down there off of Sunridge. So there's 67 acres there that is planned to be developed out with a Riverwood Drive. And we worked on that, and actually got part of the master plan for that 67 acres. We worked to change from multifamily to senior housing to allow for it. But the project is drug on. The master developer fell out that was going to come in and do it, fell out. For us to step in, we're a small company. There was $10 million of infrastructure that needed to be put in, and that was before we even started ours. So we have moved and pivoted to this as an alternative site. Really happy with this site. We think it fits well where it's at in the center of town. Excited about trying to make it work, but we still have some hurdles to overcome. But my architect, Randy, is here from He's from North Carolina, by the way. He flew out here to be at this meeting. We always have obstacles, and we just have to work through them. So that's what we're trying to do.
Commissioner Porters?
Yeah, thank you. By the way, I graduated high school in North Carolina. Fayetteville. Your project is going to be phased. What's the timing?
My dream would be and my construction manager's dream would be to roll from one into the other while the first one was under construction. That would be the most efficient from a construction and cost standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is it's probably getting phase one open and operating before I can really commit to spend. They're $35 million projects.
Sure.
Each
So
project,
so
it's a lot of money for us
maybe
to
2
commit.
years after you turn dirt on the first one?
Yeah, that's usually, that would be, I think that's the reasonable time frame. We're going to try to compress it, but it's a big commitment.
Well,
for us.
that's probably a good idea, but I was just curious.
But
as to
they are,
what
but
the
you know,
space
we,
was.
if we were bigger and more well-heeled, we would do them both at once. Because they are different uses. One's independent living. That's the first one we're doing. It's 3 meals a day. It's 24-hour staffing. There's a nurse call so that you can respond to residents' needs. It's a secure environment. Our history, we had the same building on South Meadows Way in South Reno. The average age of a resident, and that was 84 years of age. So even though it's independent living, they're still people, they're just healthy elderly people, right? And so we have a healthy activities program in that, where the assisted living and the memory care is really a needs-based. That's where we're licensed by the state. We still have 24-hour staffing, but we have more staffing because we got caregivers, we dispense meds, we do things like that. And so they aren't a competing project. They're actually, as you alluded to, they're very compatible in that we create a community, and hence why that central circle, when it's built out, it's better with both of them than one. It's just it's a big project.
Are you going to gate it?
No, not at the entry. We don't. We don't.
You want to keep the
We've
inmates
had
in?
communities like that before. It's not, we typically don't fence our properties. We've had to put fences up a couple times just because of transient traffic through onto the property and whatnot, but we would try not to even fence our property.
Okay. Thank you.
This is a question for Stephen. I mean, I like your project, let me do that, except for the thing is that when I first joined the planning commission was when we were doing the other project. And the big thing, yeah. And yeah, it's been a long time, huh? Anyway, but the question I have is that our concerns with the main project, let's call it the mothership, was the ingress and egress out of there, the emergency type things, dealing with all of the other issues. This is kind of like a taking out a donut hole and eliminating I find it really troubling that you found another owner of an easement, on a road that's a private road, but that private road was also subject to our original plan for the big one. So, I feel that my question is the developer of the larger piece, Mr. Meyer, is that his name? Okay, Mr. Meyer is that he was supposed to build this as a whole, and he was supposed to have ingress and egress from the different points in order to take traffic, in order for emergency vehicles and so forth. And I understand that this is the commercial site that was there. However, without the other infrastructure there, and you're saying that Monroe is forthcoming, what kind of timeline do we have on Monroe, and where does Monroe end up? Because I really can't see Monroe here, and I don't recall what it was.
Stephen Pote for the record. So going back to the mothership, as you call it, as we were looking at the very first phase, which was Blackstone Ranch Phase 1, at the same time we looked at the specific plan area. One of the considerations was in the master plan, it showed connectivity from William Street south to Fifth Street. Also, in the traffic impact study for the spa, they determined that at a specific point, the infrastructure didn't have the capacity to serve what was proposed without a relief valve, which was the going north to East William Street. And so that was why there were conditions of approval put in place that once you got to a certain threshold, this relief valve would be constructed. So over the course of that time, Josh Myers and I think other developers that have been working with him and looking at these parcels have investigated not just Gold Dust West Way, which is where the master plan was showing the connection, because while it did show that as a potential connection, there was never anything that dictated the exact location. So they looked at least 3 different options. There may have even been a 4th one, but each of those options had flaws, and there's specifically issues with property owners. So they just weren't able, no matter how hard they tried, to pull that off. So we knew that was an issue, but we were just waiting to see what would happen over time. And then this project came forward and said, hey, what if all of the traffic from this project goes north? Then nothing is going south. And from a staff level, we said, well, that's great, but what about this remainder parcel over here? Because now you've eliminated some potential locations for that northern connection, and now this parcel to the east can't develop without the relief valve, but you've eliminated potential locations for that relief valve, right? So that's the need for that condition. One of the documents that we received with this application was a memorandum of understanding, kind of involving that parcel to the east. So it's under the understanding of the parties involved that parcel will have access provided in such a way that it doesn't have to go through the spa. So essentially that threshold that was determined with that original traffic impact study, however many years ago, the goal is to not send traffic through the spa and hit that threshold, but to send it north to avoid hitting that threshold. Oh, and then Monroe. So yeah, Monroe is currently being permitted. The developer on that project is very anxious to get that moving. He would have been under construction months ago if he had the choice, but there are just a lot of moving parts on that project as well to get figured out. But that being said, we wanted to be cautious and make sure that if something happened on that project, the bottom falls out, they decide not to pursue it, that there were conditions in place that would provide that access. So that's the other conditions that speak to that is they need to provide at a minimum that emergency access, which the fire department needs. So we're not telling this project to build all of Monroe. We're saying, okay, well, you need emergency access. So if something happens to Capitol Crossing and that subdivision never moves forward, they would be on the hook to provide the emergency access down to the south to Robinson Street.
Okay, but as it is right now, we have one entrance in and one entrance out for this particular project that doesn't have an easement set up for it, but may possibly have Monroe. But Monroe, we don't know if that's really going to happen. And my understanding, and again, I'm going to just be wasn't this one big parcel? So now are we going to be breaking it into little parcels and developing little things at the same time that won't have the same requirements as the original spa?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
may I speak to this? Because the concerns you're voicing are the exact same concerns the staff voiced to me. And you'll see correspondence in the packet where Scott Baumgardner, on behalf of the current property owner, wrote to me and was based on that email. I felt this needed to go forward. I didn't find that it should not go forward, and that's your frustration, so I will own that. I want to elaborate a tiny bit on what Stephen described from the William Street connection. He used the word threshold. The threshold came later. Okay, so Lampa started with like, I think it was like 5 lots or something. It wasn't one. So it was always a handful of lots. Josh bought them all out. So Josh ended up the owner of, I'm going to say 5 because that's my recollection. And yeah, because we had to get like 5 owners on the development agreement. The development agreement and the terms of the specific plan apply to successors and interests. So this action does not nullify anything. That all of that, Heather Manzo is going through that spot like every day, 5 times a day, telling me what it says and telling me why things can happen and can't happen. William Street. So what the original condition said, and it was when Patrick Pittenger was here, it said when the level of service at this intersection is, I think it was a D, and the level of service at this other intersection is a D, and I can't remember what the intersections were, you have to have a connection to William Street. And we went to the board, and the board of supervisors said, we don't know what that looks like. What does that mean? That's too nebulous to us to just say that level of service and that level of service. They said, we want you to attach numbers to this. And so Patrick, I remember he probably worked with Lauren Chilson, and he said, okay, the corresponding number is 811. Is that right, Heather Manzo? 810. At the 811th dwelling unit, you need the connection. Stephen's exactly right. It showed the connection going from that circle due north, which is essentially Gold Dust West. But that was conceptual. The idea was you had to have a connection to William Street. It didn't necessarily have to be the exact alignment. And so all those terms are still in play. So now I hear your frustration, and I heard Heather Manzo and Heather Ferris's frustration for weeks. I think they're both ready to strangle me. And they said, but wait, all we have is this non-binding MOU. Like, he needs to get the easement. Well, what the non-binding MOU says from Gold Dust is we won't agree until we see what these conditions of approval are. So it's a little, which I get. I get why Gold Dust would say that. And in my conversation with Scott Baumgartner, and I can't remember his exact correspondence right this second, but he said Gold Dust West did not want to be a party to this application because they did not want to open up their entire property to our review. I actually understand that. And so condition 9 was put in play, but I actually think maybe condition 9 needs a little bit of tweaking, and it doesn't create substantive changes. It would create flexibility, and Stephen and Heather are going to be even more frustrated with me than they already are. But for number 9, I think if it said prior to the issuance of a site improvement permit, the applicant must demonstrate that legal access to William Street, because right now William Street doesn't even show up there. And that way, if you just grab the NOD, you're like, oh, he's got to get a connection to William Street, has been recorded. I wouldn't even call out the APN because now we have another player who maybe he's going to have a more successful negotiation with that guy than Gold Dust. We don't know. We just want him to get up to William Street, right? So I would say has been recorded consistent with the application materials. I would skip the additional correspondence because I think that's just the email Scott Baumgartner sent me. I think the application materials is pretty good. So consistent with the application materials for the business patrons, staff, and emergency responders. So we know who has to be able to use that access. Think of it as a driveway. Right now is what they're proposing, but if they could get the road, all the better. And maybe with that other party, he'll have a more successful negotiation than with Gold Dust. But the concern staff had is what I'm hearing from you. Staff said, but he doesn't even have lawful access. He has a non-binding MOU. Why are we even taking this to the Planning Commission? And I went to the owner. I said, look, here's the frustration. And the property owner, not Josh, but I talked to Scott Baumgartner, said, because Gold Dust West does not want their land in play. That makes sense to me. Gold Dust West not wanting to grant an easement quite yet till they see exactly what the conditions are, it makes sense to me. It may not make sense to you, but I want to own this because I'm being honest with you. Staff was not in agreement and felt like it should be farther along. And I wanted you to know my thought process.
Now, my other question is, because I'm going to be the devil's advocate on this, all right, is we have the other parcel with Monroe. So what can we do? We can do 800 units and then we don't have to have another easement or another access road?
Well, that's why I'm talking about condition 9, taking those APNs out, because maybe he can get a road on the other one, which then he can hold on to that, was it 2.5 acres or something, and make something happen out of it. Because as I understand it right now, by getting the easement from Gold Dust West, the idea is that piece of land gets incorporated into Gold Dust West.
But wasn't that the trigger was 810 or 812?
Right, we're below that. He's
Okay.
going commercial, his isn't a dwelling unit.
Right. I know. But we
Okay.
take that and we couple it with Mr. Myers. And if we put in some multifamily on this other place on Blackstone,
Where's
which
the
we were,
multifamily?
there was some multifamily wasn't involved in it too?
Yeah, it's multifamily zoned, but that's why condition number 10 states what it
I
does
know,
to
I'm
provide
talking about-
access
I'm
to
talking about
that
the
north.
mothership. Okay, we're going back to the mothership.
Yeah, there's multifamily at the corner and that's entitled, so that should be factored into the 810. Is that
Mhm.
right, Stephen? The Ryder apartments, are those factored into your numbers?
No, is it? Heather's telling me yes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, there is multifamily near the intersection of Fifth and Salomon, I believe it is. And Ryder owns that. I believe they still own it. And they have done grading there, and that's where the apartments will go. There's also apartments on the east side of the freeway, but we're on the west. So the apartments that they have an entitlement, they didn't need a special use permit. They're allowed by right. So their numbers are included in the 810.
Okay, but then are we going to have, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. So if this right here becomes a community that would be gated, and just only specifically for this community to go out to East Williams through Gold Dust, the other part of the mothership still needs to have something that is going to go north, and it's going to have something that's going to go south, and it's going to be triggered. But it doesn't trigger, we can build apartments on the front, we can build apartments on the back, we can take another thing right here and take a little piece out of the middle, but they still don't have to do anything until they do their other part, correct?
I understand because I had that question too. When Heather Manzo spoke to me about condition 10, I didn't understand it. And Commissioner Borders didn't understand it. So they explained it to Commissioner Borders and then he understood. So I'll take a stab at it. So when you see that blue site, you look to the east of it and you see that kind of weird rectangular shaped thing. That's 2.49 acres. I think it's 2.49. Okay, they're nodding. Okay, that is the last piece that will not have an entitlement. So everything else can exist, including this congregate care, without a public road going to William Street. It will meet the conditions of the mothership. That 2.49 acres does not have an entitlement, and if it creates traffic, it won't be able to be developed. They're using up all their capacity, so to speak, unless they can get that connection to William. What I understand is is being discussed, I'll put it that way, is that in exchange for the easement on Gold Dust West Way, which would provide this project with access to William Street, that 2.49 acres would be absorbed into Gold Dust West property. And then it would be removed from the mothership.
Could I go ahead and, just to clarify a little bit, part of our agreement with Josh is we're actually buying that 2.49 acres in addition to this. And when I reached out to Gold Dust West, I said, hey, I know you're not enamored with this, but you take a look at the senior housing project, and to sweeten the pot, we would convey the 2.49 acres to you. So when you think about the mothership, if this goes forward and we're approved and we buy that land, the mothership doesn't own the 2.49 acres anymore. We would for a short period of time. And so we could either provide, one of the options is to provide an easement that would provide access to it, or the most likely is it gets conveyed to Gold Dust West. They provide an easement onto their own property, or they remove the lot line and absorb it into their existing lot. I can't speak to how they would handle it, but how it could ever be developed and drive any traffic, it would be absolutely have to go to the north and not to the south. That wouldn't trigger over the 810 residential units for traffic. And so it's not, we didn't put it as part of our application because it's not our intent to own it and keep it as part of the senior living. So it's not on the SUP, but it's part of our purchase and sale agreement to buy that. And our MOU, which it has a lot of outs for Gold Dust West, but is that we would convey that property to them. So they clearly then have access and would have to come back to you guys or the city in some manner to develop or do anything with it, but them having all the frontage and double access onto Williams, they clearly would be able to address the issue of how they would have access.
I think I got it.
It only took me 5 months.
Thank you, because this has been really confusing for me to figure out how this all worked. So we're back to the thing, 812 units and the 2.4 acres little crystal site is not part of the numbers to get the 812?
Okay, the 2.49 acres is part of the mothership right now. So it's part of that. Unfortunately, Heather was talking to me when the applicant was speaking, but I suspect what the applicant indicated was that it would likely be acquired by Gold Dust, and then Gold Dust would figure out how to get it to William Street because they have so much frontage on William Street. Was that essentially what you said? And again, if it's in a conversation I did have with the property owners, I said, it feels like we got a lot of moving pieces here, and we'd rather not have that many moving pieces. But when you kind of drill down on it, I kind of understand why those moving pieces are there. That said, let's be crystal clear. There's a lot of conditions here that involve the applicant working out deals with other people. And if he cannot work out those deals with other people, he cannot build this project. And our choices were to make him get agreements, which he wasn't going to be able to get before this meeting, or to condition it so that he bared that burden after the meeting.
And then I'm just going to go back here. How long is the SUP?
It's good for 1 year.
Okay. All right. Any further questions?
Do we accept the condition?
I don't know. I don't know how your head feels like it's going to.
Wow, that's a lot to weigh on one person. Yes, we accept the conditions, and we actually proposed that they be the conditions because we knew that staff was uncomfortable. We begged them to put the conditions on us because that's the only way we could move forward to do anything here. Because we just weren't going to get the property owners to agree to a legal easement without knowing what the outcome was going to be. It's the chicken or the egg thing. I get why the city has the concerns, but the property owner that's the private property owner that has a private access, he has the similar concerns. So it was painful to get to where we're at. I know it was painful for Heather and Hope. And I apologize
You're not there
for
yet.
that. I know, to even propose it, I know that it's not a foregone conclusion, but to even get to the point to propose it as a condition has been painful. But it's just the only way. Otherwise, we'd be looking for our third site in Carson City.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Do you accept the modified condition number 9 that Hope came up with? I don't completely remember what it was.
I mean, that was the intent anyway. A clarifying language, but that was the intent. So yes, we would accept that.
For the benefit of the record, I'll just read it. Prior to the issuance of a site improvement permit, the applicant must demonstrate that legal access to William Street has been recorded consistent with the application materials for the business patrons, staff, and emergency responders.
Okay. Now I have to open it up for public comment because I'm going to remember that this time. Is there any public comment?
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you, Chair. I am so pleased that being a little bit away from this emotionally, I've had a better perspective, perhaps a little bit less bias is thrown into my considerations. And I've just got to say, I'm hoping that I can resolve my issues, but I may end up in that facility. So do it well, whatever you decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denny.
Hi there, Steve Thompson, Ryder Homes for the record. I just would like to make a comment that I would like to get with staff next week and verify these numbers on the total unit count. Because from my math just comes up with a little bit different math. I mean, we control
Higher
nearly.
or lower?
I want to verify it with staff. I just want to be on the record. I mean, I think this is a great project. I think these facilities are needed across the country. However, we control nearly 600 units in the Lampa Ranch, which is to the south of this. And I don't want to inhibit my ability to finish what I have entitled and what we are planning to build without that access point. So I just wanted to go on record just to make sure I can verify a few things with staff before it goes too far.
Agreed. So, so we can still take a motion or not?
Yeah, I think what Steve was doing was just noting his concern. And he'll get with staff, and if he finds that the numbers aren't as staff has represented and there's a concern of his, he'll then have standing to appeal.
Okay, great. I'm sure the supervisors love standing to appeal. Okay, can I please have a motion? I have one?
Yes.
I don't see the purple. I want to see hand things. Okay, yes. Okay, no, go for it.
I move to approve the special use permit LU-2024-0101 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval, including amended number 9 as contained in the staff report.
Commissioner Lloyd?
And I will second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I know, it give me colors now. Okay, that is approved. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
We're not done yet.
No, we're not done. I'm still trying to find it where I just moved stuff.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I have to request to be excused for the rest of the meeting.
okay.
Professional emergencies.
You are so excused.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Apologize for my absence.
Okay. And do I read this about the appeal? I've never had to do that.
Go ahead, that's fine.
Okay. Appeal of a commission item. An appeal must be submitted to the Planning Division within 10 days of a commission action. To be part of the administrative record regarding an appeal of an item on the agenda, you must present your comments at the podium or have previously sent correspondence to the Planning Division. Okay, regarding an item on this agenda. For information regarding an appeal of a commission decision, please contact Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director, and her telephone. So, in there, thank you. All right, now on to staff reports.
Okay, so brief.
Sorry, really quickly, we're
Okay.
missing the growth management item.
Going to that, we're going to
We have
adjourn.
to finish
Planning
this
Commission.
one first. That's okay.
I'll be quick. Okay, so yes, the listening tour continues. We had a virtual meeting since your last meeting, and it was really exciting because I had done a TV interview with Channel 4, and a woman, Christy, had watched it, and she's part of the 2030 Club. And so she invited me to come to their next meeting at the White House and get her some information ahead of time. And so we'll get 20 and 30-year-olds participating. So this is exciting. We have, let's see, I met with the Latinx Club, and they gave me some ideas for a meeting where we'll reach out to the Spanish-speaking community. We had a meeting with the Rotary Club. I'll let Chuck or Terry talk to you about that one. And Armando will be meeting with the tribe. I think it's next week. Also, there is a survey online at envisioncarsoncity.com. Envision is spelled with an E, and we encourage everyone to do the survey. In terms of your meeting, and actually you're having a joint meeting with the board on May 14th at 2 o'clock on the master plan. And all it is really, it's an update.
The 16th, isn't it?
It's the 16th, sorry.
Okay, thanks.
I scribbled down the wrong, sorry, May 16th. And so that will be a joint meeting at 2 o'clock. We'll get you information, and that will just be a chance for the consultants to kind of tell you where they think things are, and you can say, well, no, that doesn't sound quite right, or yeah, that does sound about right, and it will be joint with the board. For your meeting on May 29th, you'll have a special use permit for a paint booth on Mallory Way, a special use permit for a metal building. It's a barn with storage on Center Drive. We're going to do the growth management annual report. I believe I'm trying to get Ed James to come from the Subconservancy to give you a report on the condition of water. And we'll be reviewing the draft table of permitted uses for the Title 18 update, because I want you guys to look at the table just by itself and make sure it reflects what you want. And yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Public comment? Oh, okay, yes, I'm sorry. Commissioner reports. What do we have here? Okay. Commissioner Cron.
Just hope as far as, some of these meetings you're setting up with the 20-year-olds and maybe the tribe, can you, as the commission may want to, or commission members may want to, could you invite us along to those again?
Absolutely. The meeting with the tribe is down in Gardnerville, just so everybody knows. If somebody wants to make the trip to Gardnerville, just give me a call. And if anybody wants to come with me to the White House to meet with the 20 and 30-year-olds, give me a call on that. I think that's all I have. Oh, I have a meeting at the Hub, too, coming up. So if somebody wants to do that, and I think Ellen signed up for the Kiwanis already, if I recall correctly. Okay. I think that's all we have in the queue. But yeah, just call me.
Okay, Commissioner Borders?
Hope, do we also have the item that we continued at our next meeting?
That was continued to June.
To June. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, were you going to give an update on the Rotary yesterday?
Sure. We had about 60 people. Had a lot of nice input. We had the nice thing was we had the Interact Club there, which is the high school service club, and Hope got some input from some 16, 17, 18-year-olds. Very, very, very smart group. And I thought it was a very successful meeting. I took as many copious notes as I could. I hope you could read them.
And I appreciate the chance to win $6. So, I think one thing is we haven't talked about the Staybridge meetings, have we? The Staybridge meeting. We had the Staybridge meetings.
Oh, we didn't talk about those yet?
No, and I mean we've had a heck of a lot of meetings, and I think that some of them have been since the last time we met. So we did have the meeting at the Staybridge. I keep thinking we had another one. We had like 2 that day.
I know. You guys met at 9 in the morning.
Oh, that's fine.
And then we had 2 meetings at the community center. So we reported out on Staybridge. That was the night before your 9 a.m.
Okay.
And then you had your 9 a.m. And then we had 2 at the community center where we got input on those ones. And there had been some noticing confusion on those ones. But yeah, I think the input we got those was good and fairly consistent with what we've been hearing.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that there's anything that has been really different than what we're hearing. Most people have been, I noticed that you don't refer it to the jewels in the crown anymore because we laughed, but that's, but other than that, I think it's been pretty consistent on what we're hearing on things. I did want to go ahead and also, report on that critical issues meeting that was today. And I apologize for being late because I was at that meeting and it went from 11:30 till 5. And they had representatives from the hospital. They had representatives from the sheriff's department. They had representatives from the housing divisions, and this was both local, state, different groups, and then they had one with the schools. And I think that the four of those meetings, it's going to take me a while to kind of assimilate everything that we learned, but I think there was some very valuable information in there. And I would hope to take the information that was provided by Chris and distribute that to the commissioners, because I think there was some really valuable stuff in that.
Which one was Chris?
That was
Was
the
it
one all
housing?
about the housing and
Okay, yeah,
breaking
yeah.
that whole thing up,
Okay,
because I
yeah.
think that was the most concise report I have seen.
I will get
Period.
that to everybody. That was the yellow paper. Got it.
Yeah, and I think the other ones can be helpful too, because I found it really interesting that, like, for instance, our schools now have 14 different languages and working with people, and thank goodness for computers and AI, because we have people from even little kids from Afghanistan that have come here that have no English. So I found that was really, really interesting. So let's put it up for public comment, please.
Thank you, Chair. Denny French. I just want to say that I would like to see more people here. I'm hoping that people watch this tonight. Was extremely hard for me. Hopefully people were picking up on your comments and such, and I would just like to encourage you all to fill in those spots where they say, are there any comments? Because I know you're all thinking. I'd like to know a little bit more of what you're thinking about. I know that's a little rude, and if you don't think necessarily it's a question you want to bring up for whatever purposes, it would be nice to know that if I'm on the same line or on the same track, or if I'm not, where the difficulties are so those corrections can be figured out. So I think I'm not the only one there. The fact that you've been to all these meetings, it'd be great to be the fly on your hair or in your whatever, so I could have gone along, but I've had full days as well, but y'all help keep track of them for people that can't be at those meetings. So any input you pick up, whether it's just through the community or through your meetings or your committees or commissions, please share with me. And I hope that then that will benefit those that are watching. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and may I ask for a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Thank you. Adjourned. Now, calling to order the Growth Management Committee for, I don't know what date it is anymore, April 24th, 2024. May I have a roll call, please?
Chairperson,
Here.
Vice Chair Lloyd, Member DeChristopher, Member Borders,
Here.
Member Brooks,
Here.
Member Cron,
Here.
Member Kilgore. Okay, a quorum is present.
Thank you. And I'd like to open it up again for public comment. The public is invited at this time to comment on and to discuss any topic that's relevant to or within the authority of this public body. And seeing none, I'd like to go on to meeting item number 13A and GM 2024-0127 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding a request from Mission Senior Living applicant for the approval of a daily water usage above 10,000 gallons per day for a proposed congregate care facility on property within Lampa Ranch North Pacific specific plan area in zoned general commercial specific plan area GC SPA located in the southern terminus of the Gold Dust West Way, assessor's parcel number APN 010041-42. Heather.
Good evening. Once again, Heather Manzo. Sorry for speaking out of turn earlier. I obviously haven't done a growth management item until now, so I apologize for that. So this request is related to the special use permit that the Planning Commission just heard a few moments ago. This request, as the Planning Commission may recall, during the 2023 growth management goal setting workshop, there were recommendations to modify the threshold for allowed commercial uses in terms of the gallons per day. So before this past year, the threshold was 15,000 gallons for a commercial use. There was a resolution that was adopted that brought that down to 10,000. So any project that proposes a commercial use that exceeds 10,000 gallons per day must come before the Growth Management Commission for approval of that water use. So with this request, the applicant provided information noting that they anticipate utilization of 18,892 gallons per day, thus triggering the growth management review. The special use permit has a condition related to this request, and there are conditions of approval recommended with this proposal. Staff was able to make the required findings that are contained in the resolution and is proposing approval. And I'll turn it over to Stephen to kind of go over the review.
Stephen Pote with Carson City Development Engineering for the record. So I wanted to touch on the water use. If you look at the memo, we speak to sewer and transportation as well. But I think what we've seen in the past is there's keen public interest in the city's water availability. And so one of the things we did for this is compared it to existing senior living facilities to confirm whether or not what their request was is in line with other facilities. We were able to identify 4 facilities in town: Senior Place, Senior Living, Holiday Carson Plaza, a Lodge Assisted Living, and Eagle Valley Care Center. Some of you may remember there was another assisted living facility that went through a special use permit application up on North Carson Street, where the Michael Hull property is. That project has not been built, so obviously we don't have existing data from that project to compare to. Comparing the request versus those 4 facilities, the request is about 1.6 times the highest use. However, there's also quite a few more rooms. If you look at the average demand per room and compare that to the existing facilities, it's actually a little bit below average. So the city felt comfortable that they're not asking for an amount of water that's out of the ordinary for this type of facility, considering the number of rooms. It's just a very large facility. But if you have any questions on that or anything else for engineering, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, Commissioner Lloyd.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question, and I know that in talking to you earlier, residential developments do not come to growth management, and we don't talk about those in growth management. But as a comparison, if you were to look at an apartment complex per se, in an apartment complex, do we know what like the average use of a like 1-bedroom or studio apartment is? So like to compare it to that gallons per day per room, do we have what that residential use would be?
So kind of a benchmark to use is 200 gallons per day, which is what we use for our connection fees for single family homes. So if we were to take the 18,892 gallons per day divided by 200. We get to 94 and a half about.
So, yeah, and so, well, and what I'm looking at here is at that 74 gallons per day, that's much lower than
Mhm.
what a single-family residence would use. So,
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
This question may be for the applicant rather than staff, but I'm interested in knowing whether their projected usage is based on industry benchmarks or experiences at their other properties.
I'm glad you asked that question. The data that we've used there for those projects actually comes from 1 year total usage at the assisted living and memory care that we're proposing for phase 2. We built that building on Patriot Boulevard, right across from the In-N-Out Burger and Burger King there, where Virginia and that all converge there. And so that's 12 consecutive months of data, and it includes the occupancy for occupied units to get to that 74.9 gallons a day, but that also included all the irrigation water too. So that's not just the domestic use, that was the irrigation water there. And we have quite a bit of grass at that community, I might say, that we're not going to be doing as much here. So we'll have more xeriscape on this. So the actual domestic use is 49.5 gallons a day for that 12-month period per occupied unit. And then you're right on as the building gets bigger and there's more residents, it gets more efficient because you have the commercial kitchen is the main reason. And so because not all the residents are running a kitchen and doing that, it's much more efficient. And so the more units you have, your water usage goes down. But our numbers are based on our history built with a copy of the one building that's on the project.
Thank you so much.
Stephen, is it, just 1 second here. Commissioner Borders?
Stephen, how many properties are using more than 15,000 gallons a day? Last time I saw it at the last, I think, growth management plan, there was only like 4. There were several entitled that have never been built, but there's only like 4 or 5 properties in the community that use that much
Yeah.
water.
I don't remember off the top of my head. That was part of the previous application.
I'm trying to put on my Rich Perry hat. He's on his way to Belgium to get his daughter married, and I know the airplane just did a slow roll right over the Atlantic, so.
Randy
That's a
Rice.
lot of water.
Yeah, Randy Rice, City Engineer Record. I don't remember the exact number, but you are correct. It was something less. I think the number of cases that have come to this commission since 2008 was like 11, and that was before when we had the 7,500 gallons per day threshold.
Mhm.
And then when we updated that in the future, we doubled that number. And then I think since then, you're right, it's somewhere in that single digit number.
Well, I just think this is an awful lot of water, and plus the fact that I like the idea of using data that's homegrown, your own. I would like to see something, and I know we're going to build this in phases. I would like to see something that gives them the threshold to start the project with and let us review it, because I hate to do a carte blanche application for 18,000 gallons a day. It just doesn't. Maybe they plant less grass. I don't know, but that just seems like an awful lot of money, water to allocate to a specific problem, even though we think we can handle it.
On that note, I mean, Commissioner Borders, like, and this isn't to address that specifically, but like, and I feel the same way, but I look at this, and if this project was built as 2 separate companies in phase 1 and phase 2, they're only at 9,300 and 9,750, and they wouldn't have to come to growth management.
Yeah.
So they could just form 2 different LLCs, split that into 2 different parcels, build them separately, and they wouldn't have to come here.
And I guess the other part of that is we base this water on a water meter, usage? Are they going to have two major water meters, one for each building? And would that theoretically not be, water usage per meter instead of the project?
So we're evaluating it based on what was submitted, which is the overall project.
Yeah.
In actuality, they could divide it up into multiple meters if they chose to.
I'm not talking about multiple meters. I'm just talking about two.
Two projects.
Yeah. And I do know, I'm old, and my parents were old, and they just expired from this earth, and I have a lot of experience as the user of these facilities. And, there are no kitchens per se. There's a sink, and the water usage is not nearly what it might be. And I know this is a big apartment house in essence. It just seems like a lot. And I don't want to discourage the property. I think that this is something we need to do, but I would like to find a way to get the threshold down to something under 10,000 gallons a day if we could do that. If it's by project, that's fine with me. But I just think maybe there's an annual review, or we can increment it as they grow. Or I just hate to start out. It's just like the car wash. I don't want to try and let go of all that. And I'm not going to tell you how many acre feet that is or anything else like Rich would probably do, but it's a lot of water.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
When the applicant spoke, I believe the question he was answering was, where are you deriving these numbers from? And he said, I'm deriving the numbers from an example in Reno where we actually built the building. But then he said, but we had a lot more grass there than I planned to have here. And so I'm kind of wondering if you include a condition of approval that says the landscaping shall be predominantly xeriscape or some type of desert landscaping. And then it will be actually an interesting example to see what his experience is in Reno, where he didn't necessarily pursue that type of landscaping, and what his experience is here and how much, what that equates to in terms of water savings. It's not going to get you to 10,000, but I think in fairness, the Growth Management Commission, when you approve it, you're approving a building permit. You can't go back. So all you can do is come up with a condition, and he already kind of offered that up as I heard it. You should probably talk to him a little bit about it, but I think it would also be really interesting for Carson City to understand how much savings that yields.
Randy Rice, city engineer for the record. It might be worth revisiting as well. If you will recall, those of you who were present for the Metro Car Wash, which I think that entitlement has since expired. Hope, correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe we came up with a condition that the applicant had to come back every year for the first 3 to 5 years or something like that, and basically prove that they were still entitled to that volume of water. So it's possible you would consider that in your motion, that maybe they need to come back and report on what the actual water usage is, and then you can condition it in a way that you could draw back some of that water allocated to the project if they weren't necessarily utilizing that much water.
Well, and the other thing is, with it being a phased project, they're not going to use hardly any water until they're out of the ground and done, which is a year from now. And they're not going to even start the next one until a year after that, presumably. So we're going to have a whole year's worth of data for phase one. And that would give us a good benchmark for phase one and phase two in the future. And I just, I don't know how to get there, and I don't want to restrict the development. But I just think that's a lot of water.
It is a lot of water. But I think it's a lot of water because we're looking at it. And if you remember the car wash, part of Jay Wiggins' argument on the car wash was, look how big this site is. This could be 3 different businesses, but it's one. And similarly, as Commissioner Lloyd pointed out, this could be 2 different businesses, but it's one. And so I'm going to caution the commission against any conditions, because you can't undo it. the applicant's going forward if you say yes. But I think what you can do is try to put conditions in, particularly with respect to the landscaping, not so much with the operations, that will hopefully promote even more conservation than is currently being contemplated, using Reno as our example. Also, the city engineer mentioned the car wash. My recollection in having that come back, it was related to making sure they had paid the right amount of fees. And that's why that was coming back, to make sure it wasn't a lowball number. And it wasn't necessarily tied to, saying, oh, you're not using that much water.
And if I may just jump in on what Hope just said, condition number 4 on this project is very similar to the condition that was required of that project. It's a bit more simplified, but it does require that the applicant come back after build out to true up their numbers to make sure that they shouldn't have paid an additional fee based on their actual use. So that is covered, as Hope had mentioned.
Conditioner Crum?
Yeah, a couple of things. I had a couple of questions for the applicant and the applicant's architect. I figured he flew all the way across the country. I figured I could certainly, I've got to be able to justify that expense. And so, but it's going along these same lines of questioning that my other commissioners had. So if
Just
you
pull a chair up. Pull a chair up. Yeah, they come.
I'd like to just make a comment. It is a lot of water, but remember, there's 254 dwelling units. Now, it's not residential, it is commercial, but we'll have and that's assuming it's completely full, 100%, running 100% full and using that water usage. And then, if I go back to my numbers, what we have from that community is 75 gallons a day, which is a lot less. It is a lot less than like multifamily or single family, but it's a different product, right? And of that in Reno, a third of it was the irrigation. So I don't know, I'm not an expert on irrigation, but I know we had way too much grass in Reno. We watered a lot of grass. And we don't do that anymore. We do some patches for some color. And I don't have the data to support how big a savings it is, but I expect that it should be a savings. So I just want to just hit on that. It's a lot of water. I was blown away that it calculates to that much. If you take out the irrigation part, we're down to 6,000, 7,000 gallons a day in each of the 2 buildings of just the domestic usage.
And that's kind of what I would expect.
Yeah.
Commissioner
You know, for the product type, it's extremely efficient, frankly, having done a lot of water calculations and done this a lot and worked with other, compared to other product types with a lot of other planning commissions. Our product is very efficient for that because of the central kitchens for all the time.
And you got to understand the other reason that we're more selfish is that unlike Reno, where you have to buy the water rights, we provide them to you. And this is our only way.
Thank you.
Yes, this is our only way to make sure we have enough, and that's always been a question that the community always wants to know. And when that happens, it's real sensitive. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
It's all right. I think it's important for the commission to know from a design standpoint how you've designed your facilities to minimize the water usage. I think it's because I think pulling the numbers out of the air and saying, yeah, $18,000 or 18,000 gallons is a lot of water. I get that, and I agree. But I think it's important for people to realize that even though it may be a lot of water, it could have been a lot more. Mm-hmm. And that's what I wanted to have you talk a little bit about, not only to the commission, but also to the public who might be watching, is what have you done through the design process with the buildings, and then we'll get to the landscaping, but with the buildings that have really helped, minimize, even though it's a lot of water, minimize that request. So if you could go over that for me, please.
Well, thank you very much. Randy Baker, Pinnacle Architecture, and I am from North Carolina. Yes, sir. I'm a little bit further east, but thank you for the question. Yes, what we do is low-flow faucets in all of the units and also in the kitchen. We do use low-flow water closets, toilet facilities. And that's basically what we do with the low flow. Now, energy we do have in the code that you can only flow a certain amount in each water closet, and also in the public sinks, you've got to have metered faucets of that sort. So that's what we do in that situation.
Okay. And I know there's been some discussion about the commercial kitchen. How does that play into also the potential lower water usage too that we've talked about?
With that, we do in commercial kitchens, you do not have metered faucets, anything like that. But with the staff and the usage of those 3-compartment sinks, things like that, then that is considered, kitchens use a lot of water. And there's a hard way to monitor that water usage through a commercial kitchen. So it's mainly through the units that we conserve water.
Okay, great question. Shifting over to landscaping, when you talk about landscaping, again, I think the colored rendering is very nice. But again, we've talked conceptually about maybe less grass, a little more xeriscape. Maybe I want to dig down a little bit deeper into that. So what are your thoughts as the design professional on the project related to, are there going to be fountains? Are there going to be, dancing elephants with waters coming out of their nose? Or, because I think there is an element of that could really, be an interesting feature on a site. But again, from a use point of view, that may not be the right thing to do. So I wanted to drill down a little bit more on the landscaping, what your thoughts were, just related to kind of the idea behind the site.
Well, thank you. I'm not a landscape architect. I'm just a regular building architect. But, and we do hire landscape architects in that. We do a lot of buildings down in Arizona with the xeriscape. And we use a lot of the natural elements in the areas. So as far as some of the cactuses, some stone, things like that, so that the water usage in that. We do use recirculating, waterfalls, things like that does not use a lot of water. It just recirculates. So, and as far as grass, sometimes, and the owner might kick me on this, but a lot of the grass areas, especially down south, we use a lot of turf. I mean, just regular astroturf type stuff. And it gives a lot of the green, but you don't have to water it. So,
All right,
stuff
thank
like that.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just as sort of a talking point to think through my fellow commissioners, I think it's reasonable to collect annual data or twice annual data on usage, because this is, I believe this will be the biggest facility of its type in Carson City. It certainly will be the newest, and it's not even necessarily a fair comparison to compare an older property against something newly constructed that's a little more oriented to saving water. We've talked a lot in the last several minutes about how it's becoming my favorite phrase. It's a lot of water. However, we could house this many single people in traditional apartments. They'd probably use more water. We could certainly put this many units in traditional multifamily and use a lot more water. I believe, and somebody can fact check me on this, but I believe that more than 50% of our population is over 50. We're underbuilt on these facilities. And although water, we have a finite amount of water and we need to be smart about how we use it, this providing a very needed facility type in a market that's full of people who they may not need it today, but they're going to need it within 5 or 10 years. My fellow commissioner and I were joking about getting an early adopter discount.
We have a founder's rate.
Yeah, right? Anyway, my point is that I do not want, yes, it's a lot of water, to necessarily blind us to this is a type of development that we need, and we as a community have underbuilt on residential. We haven't hit our cap for annual residential building for many years. Is that correct, Hope? So I always tell folks that I work with in my day job, it's like sometimes big scary numbers are just big scary numbers. They're not real. And I don't have the expertise to know whether this is a genuine long-term hit to our water supply or just a big scary number, but I suspect it may be the latter. Thank you.
Stephen, I had one more question. Okay, we've been talking about water, but we're also talking about sewer capacity. Is that going to go out into William Street? And how are we doing on that?
So this will be sewered actually south through the Lampa Spa. That goes under the freeway over to the wastewater treatment plant.
So do they have that structure in effect right now?
There's existing infrastructure, yes.
There is okay, adjacent to this property, or how far away?
It's currently being realigned for the phase 3 of Blackstone Ranch, but it's close.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the question. Okay, we've got the mothership over here doing the sewer lines. These guys right here have a clock of 12 months. So how is this, where are we at on it?
Bear with me, I'm pulling up the map to see exactly how close the sewer main
Also,
is.
the 12 months start, they satisfy the 12 months when they commence construction.
When they commence construction.
They
but
don't
if
have to establish use.
Okay. But they may be delayed because of the mothership not having the sewer in. So do they have an opportunity to go ahead and, instead of waiting for the mothership, going to William Street?
Okay, sorry, so the existing sewer main actually bisects the property.
Okay, what's the capability and how are we doing on it? Do we have anything that's going to need to have some additional work?
No.
Good news. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Lloyd.
This lovely image here shows a lot of green. This is a question, I guess, for the applicant. You've spoken about doing more of a xeriscape. Hope did bring up a potential condition that I think I would like our commissioners to consider. Is that something you would be amenable to if we were to consider that?
I'm amenable to most anything you'll consider. This landscape plan was put together based on the standards that we're supposed to design to. I can tell you, I did not tell our landscape architect to throw in extra trees and plants. That's not the nature of most developers. So this is meeting the city standards either through the SPA or the other, whatever is the controlling on it. But the plan that's put together there is to meet the city standards. So if you want to change it, you're going to have to reduce the standards that we're supposed to design to as a developer.
And if I may,
Thank you,
Commissioner Lloyd. So while there are like 7 different versions of green here, the key doesn't say grass, 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 right? So some of the green is ground cover like rocks. Some of it may be some sod. But in terms of addressing the development standards, there's nothing that requires watered lawn. What it requires is trees, shrubs, and ground cover. So there's definitely a way for the applicant to meet the code requirements, but still provide for more of a xeriscape landscape area.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Porters?
As far as condition number 4, Heather, the way you wrote it says the first 3 years after full build-out, which may be 5-6 years from now, would it be more appropriate? I would like to kind of agree with Commissioner Brooks in the fact that I'd like to know how they're doing once they start. So, for the first 3 years after the certificate of occupancy, or they start operations or whatever it is, I'd like to have a report sent back to us so we can see where we are. Instead of waiting another 5 years and,
So are you suggesting maybe that tracking per phase to make sure we capture the whole thing at the end of the day too?
say that again?
So you're asking for an annual report after the first C of O, so phase one is gonna be the first one.
yeah.
And then 3 years after the full build out as well, so that we're tracking not
Yeah,
just phase one,
yes,
but the whole thing?
yes.
Gotcha.
And I don't think it hurts anybody. So, but I think that gives us, or me anyway, more warm fuzzies.
Agreed. Any further comment? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion. And I don't
Public
see-
comment?
Oh, public comment.
Denny's still here.
Denny says no. Denny says no. Okay. All right, so I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
Well, since I screwed it up, let me do it. I move to approve GM 2024-0127, sorry, Rich, based on the findings and subject to conditions of approval included in the staff report with an amendment to recommendation number 4, that it say the first 3 years after the first C of O.
Okay, and a second, Commissioner Cloyd.
Well, I would like to offer another condition, that the landscaping be
Do you want to say
I
something
don't know if I
like
want to
the
say
land-
100% xeriscape.
No.
Being minimize the use of turf and utilize xeriscape?
Yes, that right there.
Is that number 5 or is that part of number 4?
It's number 5.
Number 5, all right. I accept that amendment also.
Okay,
And then I will second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I just wanted to add one note of comment. I believe, unless I'm mistaken, the term is xeriscape, Xeri-scape, not zero-scape. It keeps getting repeated. I want to make sure we're all writing and saying the same
Do
thing.
the pronunciation again?
Xeriscape.
Zera.
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 Xeri-scape.
Okay.
Like a Xerox machine.
Okay. Okay, and once again, I'd like to open up for public comments. Come on, Denny.
Thank you, Chair. Denny French. One of the things I would have liked to added to this, how do you say it now? I'd like to say
Xeriscape.
just faster and maybe less understandable.
Yeah. That's it. You got exactly perfect.
Thank you. The deal for not, I would like to have had one of the requirements is no artificial turf. The more study I do about it, the more dangerous and more hazardous I feel it is. Plus, if it doesn't work out, it will end up in our landfill. And our landfill's not really equipped for such storage. I also would like to just, I think this is related to this right now, so, or is this the final comment? I can't remember.
Yeah, we're at final.
Okay, so I can bring up another item. I've just listened to a wonderful show about the progress they've made on fuels, and the fuels for jets have been amazing. The breakthroughs on clean energy that can be renewable through the use of sewage of all things, and of bones and marrow and fat from cows. The part that they don't use, they can use in that. And the fact that they're coming up with things so quickly, they have such clean fuels that they can't even use them in the present jets. They're too clean. So we have other options as far as versatility on those things. And I think that if they thought about it, they could relate that to motorized vehicles. But I also want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. A motorized vehicle could be an e-bike because it's a motorized this electric motors are motors. And so I think the wording of your signage needs to say either a certain speed or a certain horsepower or such like that, similar to how they gauge what is a moped as opposed to a motorcycle, and et cetera. And unless you do that, you're going to have it crazy. I was disappointed, very disappointed in any more discussion about that engineered road that they're putting on a place I find very precious and very vulnerable. And the broad interpretation of communicating and getting together and connectivity just has to be shared with how we relate to our insect population and our environment. Those critters up there had inclusivity, they had connectivity, they had all the things that we're striving to have as individuals, and we're cutting their legs out from under them as far as I can feel with this overdeveloped, over-designed, engineered mess. And I think we're going to face a big bunch of problems from it, but I think you're all up to working for the better favor of those turnouts. I'm really hurt and feeling it hard right now, but I do feel that I have faith enough in you that if you see these things happening, that you will call them on it and do what you can to correct what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anything further? May I have a second? I got a second here. Okay, all in favor? Aye.